Yes, Colin. We're setting up
Hang
a
on.
little bit here. So,
Sounds-
the yes, Colin. We're setting up a little bit here. So,
I need to test the presentation because my, what do you call it? Screen, what do you call it? Extension is not working. The notes. Can I just check it out? Presentation because my, what do you call it? Screen, what do you call it? Extension is not working.
okay. Why don't you send it to me and I'll see if I
There's
can
some
test
problem with
it.
the
So,
sound. Yeah, okay. Ronnie, are you?
okay.
I'm sharing, but can you see if my notes come out or don't come out?
Yeah, they come out.
They come out, huh? They
Hmm.
shouldn't come out. I can't seem to extend my screen, really. Anyway, so I'll just do without the notes. They're just points.
They come out. Mhm.
Testing the mic. Hello, Kirk, Vivek, Jeffrey, Rosemary, Taco, Vivian, Barbara also I see, and
Hey.
many others. Vivek, Vivek,
Hi.
you
Yeah.
me, I have 20 to 30 minutes. Now you tell me I have 15 minutes. You know, it's very difficult to put 1 year into 15 minutes.
Yeah, everyone just gets 15 minutes. But
Okay,
there's 5 minutes for questions, so if you just want to take the 20 minutes and we can deal with the questions after.
so I will go like a fast train.
Hi, Colin. Hi, everyone else. This is Jeffrey.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi there.
Hi, Kirk.
Hi, how are
How are
you?
you? Okay.
Uh,
A little bit rushed and not very organized today.
Well, we're up at 7 a.m. in the morning, so we're
What?
not, yeah. So my brain isn't working, but I should be able to learn from all of you people.
Yeah. Um, I don't even know what time is. Oh, it's 8 o'clock.
Okay, Rodney, maybe give another minute or two, then we'll get started.
Sure.
Okay, hi everyone, welcome. Rodney, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Thanks, Vivek. Apologize, everyone. I'm not on camera because I have several screens open
Okay, hi
here.
everyone, welcome.
I want to say
go
good
ahead.
evening,
Sure. Thanks, Vivek.
good morning, and
Apologies,
good
everyone.
afternoon. I'm not on camera because I have several screens open
Okay, hi
here.
everyone, welcome.
I want to say
go
good evening.
Sure. Thanks, Vivek.
Rodney, just one second. I hear a lot
Echoes.
of echoes. Usually it's because someone isn't muted. Rodney, do you want to try again? Yeah, if everyone could just mute themselves, that would be great. Okay, Rodney, go ahead.
I think I'm going to have problems
Yeah, if
because
everyone
I'm
could just
live
mute themselves, that
streaming.
would be great.
Go ahead, Vivek. I'm
Oh, okay.
because
All right.
the live
Looked
stream
on your
is
end.
it's
Okay.
on my end. So go ahead and just introduce. But hello, everyone. I think I'm going to have problems.
Okay, I will get started then. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Orang Asli Symposium 2024. My name is Vivek Venkatraman. I'm a professor at the University of Calgary. I'm one of the co-organizers of the symposium. Rodney, you can go to the second slide. Along with Rodney Obian, who is a college archivist, associate professor at Keene State College, and he helps to manage the Orang Asli archive that is based there. He was going to say something about that, but it looks like we're having some issues. But I think all of you are aware of the great service that provides to scholars and researchers. Okay, next slide. So this is actually the fourth version of the Orang Asli Symposium. We started in 2020 because of the pandemic, and it was very successful, and people were asking for more, so we've sort of kept doing it since 2022. And our goal here is to just have a space for Orang Asli scholars to meet and discuss things, to foster informal networks of discussion and collaboration. And this has been really great so far. Our ultimate goal, of course, is to help improve the health and well-being outcomes among Orang Asli. So I won't say much here. If you go to the last slide, Rodney, we have 7 speakers today, an exciting lineup here. I sent out Rodney sent out the program about a week ago, and that is just sort of copied here, where we have 15-minute talks followed by 5 minutes of questions. So hopefully all of you are sort of ready to share your screen, so we don't have a lot of dead time there between presentations. I don't have much else to add. So let's go ahead and get started. The only thing I'll add is that at the very end, we can sort of stay online and talk in more depth if people are up for it. But I've started us off, at least with the first two, with folks from Malaysia, since, well, for me, it's 5 a.m. So we're a little tired here in North America. And we're going to start with Colin Nicholas of the Center for Orang Asli Concerns. So Colin, if you want to go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you, Vivek. I'll just share. Okay, so the topic given to me is basically an update of the Orang Asli situation in this year, and hang on. Yeah, so the estimated population in 2024 is 240,000. Officially, last year it was 238,938 as reported in Parliament. But if you consider that there are about 70,000 families and you multiply by a factor of 5.5, you should get about 385. But we think it's much more than that, because the Orang Asli department or the statistics department only counts the Orang Asli which they officially recognize. Then in terms of poverty, officially the poverty rate is 34%. Mind you, the national poverty rate is less than 3%, okay? And of this, what do you call it? Half of it by standard is deemed to be hardcore poor. In Malaysia, if you are considered hardcore poor if your income is less than 1,200 a month. But if you look at the data statistics given in 2021, the Orang Asli poverty rate then was 89.75%. So how come it 90% in 2021 and now 34%? I mean, I asked the people, the government, they said it's all a matter of counting, how you measure, what method you use for counting. So I'll just leave it as that. But mind you, in Malaysia, the hardcore poverty is supposed to be eradicated. The national percentage is only 0.2%. So what are the main issues happening this year? Well, the big news is has continued from last year. That is the amendment of the amending the Aboriginal Peoples Act. This is a 70-year-old act, 1954 to 2024. And they are giving it, they're doing roundtables and dialogues with Orang Asli, but it's not a very, how we say, focused kind of way, and people who are in tune. In fact, they gave out a contract to a consultancy firm, a legal firm actually. And in that legal firm, all the team members are non-Orang Asli. Not a single Orang Asli is in that that firm, see? And what do you call it? But why do we want to amend the act? Well, the government says because of marriage laws and situation, and so all other social amenities. But actually, it has its roots in 2009, when the Orang Asli land policy was developed, was introduced, was passed. And to make that policy effective or into law, you have to amend the Aboriginal Peoples Act to take all the policies which all the prime ministers, chief ministers decided. And one of them is that the Orang Asli from now onwards, in view of all the Orang Asli cases, will be entitled to the areas they settle on or plant or grow or show activity on. That means the settlement area, not the forest at large. So that new act actually, when it first came out, was the policy was to take away all those territories which Orang Asli claim as their customary lands or wilayah adat and so on. So one of the main objectives of these amendments is to put that policy into effect. Another thing that's going on now is that the the Orang Asli Deputy Speaker of the Senate, who is also a member of Parliament for Cameron Highlands and Orang Asli himself, from the UMNO party, he's pushing for the amending the constitution, not amending the Orang Asli Act, but amending the constitution. Why, you see? Because Orang Asli is in the federal list, Jakwa is in the federal list, and not in the state list. And because land is in the state list, it's very difficult for the state governments to give land to Orang Asli. That's his argument, no? Which is a fallacy because, Felda, for example, like Jakwa is in the federal list. And unlike Jakwa, Felda is able to get land, huge quantities, huge areas of land from the state governments, even though Felda is not in the state list. So he is suggesting that Orang Asli now be put into the concurrent list, both the state and the federal list, so that Orang Asli can enjoy more rights. But actually, there's a backstory to it, why he's wanting that. No, this is the dialogue session where we had with him, and he explained, and then he revealed this thing to us. Anyway, what's happening now is that in Pahang, there's a new organization, a corporation called Oraco, which has been set up by a few elites among the Orang Asli in Pahang and some members of the government in Pahang. It is said to be a Orang Asli, state government of Pahang a corporation. That means it's something that's a government-linked company, no, state government-linked company. But actually, it's not, because when we check the with the registrar companies, the directors are, yes, the Menteri Besar, all the exco members from Pahang, 7 exco members, the person in charge of land, the person in charge of development, and so on, no? Including the Director General of the Orang Asli Department, the Director of Pahang Orang Asli, and one guy called Olian, who's the manager, who was a former Orang Asli senator and former Orang Asli manager. We are being told that it is a government-linked company, a state government. But when you look at the statutes of the registration, no, it is a Sendirian Berhad, a private limited company. That means all these people, the 10 people who are named, it is in their personal capacity, not in their position as Menteri Besar or Director General of whatever, no. That means if there are no more Menteri Besar, no more director or this and that, they control the party, they own, the corporation, and they control it. So what do they want to do? Basically, they want to take over all the management of all lands in Pahang, and they're coming out with things like tapping rights and so on, because the argument is that Orang Asli lands are being underutilized and land rights and all this issue, and the state government is the only one that can do it, provided they go through this organization, Oraco. Now, the link with Oraco and YB Ramli's wanting to amend the constitution just now. He told us that he's not a member of the board of directors here, but his sister, who is the Director General of Jakwa, is a director of this Oraco. No? When they approached the AG's chambers were told, the AG's chambers basically told them, you can't do it because Orang Asli is a federal matter. You cannot have a state corporation to handle Orang Asli issues. So that is why he's pushing very hard to get the Orang Asli, the constitution amended so that the state can do this, no? But like I said, it's not necessary. If you want to give land to Orang Asli, you can do it under the National Land Code, or you can do it under the Act 134, no? There are provisions for it. And states in Pahang, Selangor, Perak, and Johor have already used the National Land Code, Section 62, to create Orang Asli reserves without having to go through all this trouble. So that's one issue. Another thing that's coming up now is that in Pahang, that we know of, there are also other areas, is this company called Enggang Sdn Bhd. It's part of Enggang Holdings, a very big royalty link and Penang Habitat Link corporation that wants to take over all the pit swamp areas in Pahang, 97,000 hectares, and turn it into a carbon bank, get carbon credits, part of the carbon market system. Most of these areas are close to Orang Asli areas. They're all forest reserves. Technically, officially, according to the government, it's all forest reserve and therefore not Orang Asli land. But of course, Orang Asli are staking claims on all these areas. So it's becoming a very contentious, no? We have met the people from Enggang Sdn Bhd, Pekan Sdn Bhd. They are quite amenable because they have to comply with standards, international standards, no? But still, the Orang Asli are really not in the know as to what's going to happen to the lands, because it's basically you're going to lose your rights to the forest at large, basically. We're talking about 97,000 hectares, no? If you cannot visualize how much is 97,000 hectares, just know that Singapore is about 80,000 hectares. So this is the meeting with the Ingang Holdings where we had with some of the Orang Asli leaders. And then, so another thing that's happening now is I just give one situation, no? It's the issue of representativity. Who represents the Orang Asli in the eyes of the government, no? So at the meeting of all the Rural Development Ministry people, some of the people from Orang Asli and Sabah and Sarawak natives came and to what do you call it, to lobby the Deputy Prime Minister on some projects, you see. At the same time, the Orang Asli met the Director General of JAQUA, see. So she first thought that they were all, tame Orang Asli who were shy and so on, and encouraged them to speak up, not knowing that these are the main leaders among the Orang Asli women activists in the country. And when they challenged her on about all the situation things on the ground that which are not happening, the conditions, road conditions, water supply, health, and all these issues, she said that this is not what I hear, because from what I hear from the Batins and the JKK chairman, everything is fine, The NGOs go through the papers and say all these things, So who am I to believe, And then the women said, why don't you go down to the ground yourself and see for yourselves, eh? And her staff also mentioned the same thing. So that's when they say about no time and, they got a lot of work and not enough people and so on. So it gave me a very clear indication that the people in JAQUA actually don't know what's happening on the ground, really on the ground. They rely a lot on the Batins and the village development committees, And Saturday, we had a meeting of the Klai case, and this issue was also raised by some of the Orang Asli because they were making a lot of complaints to the department, and the department keeps saying they don't know, nobody told them anything about it, So that's something to look at, And one thing is that another thing to note is that in Kelantan, Gomusang, the Negeri Dam is going ahead, and it has to do something with representativity, because why the dam is going ahead? When 3,000 Orang Asli protested against the dam, not against the dam, and wanted it to be stopped, the Deputy Menteri Besar Kelantan at the time said that, who are these Jaringan Kampung Orang Asli Kelantan? No, they are not a legal body. They don't represent the Orang Asli. As far as you're concerned, JAQUA is the one who represents the Orang Asli, and JAQUA has said the dam should go ahead, so the dam goes ahead. So the issue of representativity, who represents the Orang Asli, not who has the numbers, but who has the power and the authority to say yes, So JAQUA has that. And the Batins who are paid by JAQUA and the government also have that. So despite the fact that 71,000 prehistoric artifacts have been discovered and the 16,000-year-old skeleton in that area, the dam is still going ahead, okay? And then there's it's a relocation program being developed by TNB, the National Electricity Board, which they claim to be one of the best around, But it's quite ridiculous, They are being promised agricultural land, a house, electricity, schooling, and all that stuff, and some compensation. Many Orang Asli communities in other states whose lands are not affected by a dam or any kind of development project are also getting the same kind of benefits. Why? What makes this so different that they are getting a good deal, And in fact, some of the Orang Asli there have about 20 acres, 15 acres of dusun and so on, rubber and dusuns, fruit trees. And now they are being offered 6 acres, and then they are being told, this is a good deal. So we actually objected to that in a stakeholders meeting they had with us, and but apparently there are other people who are making the decisions. So a quick run up of what's happening in the courts, what's happening in the courts, So in the Ulu Gruntum case, which is this case, the Orang Asli won the case. This is where a small mini hydro dam was being built right in the middle of the lands of 6 Orang Asli kampungs, and the government is saying that it's actually state land. how can you build a, no, it's ridiculous. I'm not talking about in the area of the Orang Asli Kampung. It's right in the Orang Asli Kampung. No, you can throw a stone and you reach the Orang Asli houses. But anyway, the court ruled that the Orang Asli have native title rights to the land, and 3,000 hectares are to be, the dam project is to be cancelled, and the land is to be returned to the gazetted as Orang Asli Reserve. But in the Termia case of Chunex, what they call it, where they took up the case because there was logging in 2018, and they wanted the logging stop, but the logging is already over. The case was heard last year and decided this year, and the decision is that the Orang Asli have rights, but only to the settlement area, not to the forest at large. The forest at large is where the logging activities were taking place, and the government and the forest department had rights to it. So that's the decision, no? And then in the Patah Pisau case, the Jakun area, Orang Asli, the Jakuns were living living that area and opening up their land, and others came and said it was their land. Became a court case. They lost the case. One of the main reasons they lost the case was that the Jakwa officers testified that they are not the original inhabitants. They have land elsewhere and they came in there to settle there and so on. So those are the three cases that have been decided on so far. No, there are other cases going on. Lubuk Para and Berengoy involves land being taken by plantations. There's an advanced case. The other cases mentioned at the bottom, the Bagan Lalang, Pawang, and Negeri Dam, have not been filed yet, but will be filed soon. Gedok is in the case in Negeri Sembilan is another strange case. Not strange actually, because Orang Asli were living in the so-called customary areas for a long time, as far as they were concerned. But suddenly, a few people came in and said, "These are actually my land," in the sense of they got title to it. So the land was alienated to a few individuals, and the individuals were now accusing the Orang Asli of encroaching on the lands. That case, so the encroachers or the landholders sued the Orang Asli. That case was going on. Anyway, so let's have a look at if you look at all the gazetted Orang Asli areas today, we have got about 40,000 hectares recognized by the government as Orang Asli reserves. And this involves 268 Orang Asli villages, roughly, And if you consider the official number of villages as 853, this works out to about 31% of the Orang Asli villages have been gazetted by the government. And for that, they get 40,000, which works out to about 150 hectares per village under the official gazetting of the Orang Asli reserves. But if in the 10 cases that have gone to court, which involve 33 Orang Asli villages, or 4% of the Orang Asli village population, they were given by the court 47,642 hectares, which works out to 1,443 hectares. So you can see very clearly what the government sees as customary lands and what the courts deem as customary lands. Then in the courts also recently, we had a case of 137 batik from the Merapu area, what is Bancaklubi, and they had filed a case to move out of move out of Islam because they said they were forced to convert sometime back in the 90s, by a Jakwa officer who tricked them into converting, and all of them, the whole village, want to get out. That case was in the High Court earlier, was thrown out on technical grounds, among other things, that they had no rights to say this. I mean, to argue the point of deconversion because it was whatever Sharia court matter and so on. But they went to the Court of Appeal, and because of very good lawyers, they were able to get the case reheard at the High Court. So the Court of Appeal basically said you have a right to be heard, not a decision yet, but at least to be heard. So they sent back the case to the High Court to be heard before another judge on the basis of facts. If you've been following the Malaysia Kini articles recently, in Kampung Kelaik, in near lodging, we have these huge plantations and oil mining pools, iron ore mines, coming up, and it's a big case now, in the papers, in the news. You can Google it. You can get a lot of news. there was a big event last Saturday when the Orang Asli came down, and there was a public event on this issue also. Basically, iron mining destroyed their territories, lands, the waters are all, as you can see there, and there's also a health problem involved. Again, land not recognized, no? And more recently, two Orang Asli were arrested because they were encroaching on land which was already alienated to Pengulu Negeri Kelantan's cooperative, no? Headman's of Kelantan's cooperative, no? They started planting in 2012. There's mature rubber and fruit trees and so on. And just a few weeks ago, they came and said, this is actually our land because we got title to it now. And they tried to get, Orang Asli asked for compensation. They disagreed. I mean, they couldn't agree. And they made a police report. The cooperative made a police report. And two of the Orang Asli were arrested. So that's the kind of things we are facing today. And this also happened in Kampong, in the Mengkapo, no? Where Orang Asli have been residing there for long. In fact, there's a court case there, so but they want part of the land. And then suddenly a cooperative from the neighboring Malay areas wanted to apply for the land and claim that as their cooperative land, no? So newcomers are getting lands and Orang Asli are being chased out of their lands, no? And most recently, like 2 days ago, there was a case of a girl being from Cayman Islands being absconded and raped, no, in the car and so on. So all these kind of things are in the press, no, which are not going to elaborate too much. But the reality is the Orang Asli are facing currently and all throughout the year, especially now it's like road situation because of the rains in Kelantan and Upper Perak, and also wildlife, what do you call it, conflicts, no, especially elephants, no, destroying their crops and houses and so on, and also tiger things. And there's a whole list of other things which I didn't have to put inside here, but know that there are a lot of meetings, conferences, workshops, trainings, networking, Hari Orang Asli events, and so on going on. But I want to focus because I got not much time and I'm really rushing. Issues at the national level. I just want to talk about one group. No, these are the Orang Asli women who are working, who have formed together with the natives of Sabah and Sarawak women, the PWOAM, Persatuan Wanita Orang Asal Malaysia, Orang Asli, or Indigenous Peoples, Indigenous Women Network of Malaysia, no? So we have some of the main key Orang Asli women leaders at the national workshop preparing for the CIDOR report. And here's a village meeting where they are doing their normal things. And right now, they are in Sarawak on a national level to discuss the post-CIDOR event, no? This was sent to me by Lily earlier today. So, and this woman, she's Orang Asli, the rest from Sabah, have gone to the UN to defend or rather to work on the UN on the CIDOR report, the women report on the women, no? And yeah, and also JAQUA and the national, and of course the government has been very active at the international level also. They also attended these meetings, no? The CIDOR report, review on Malaysia, and the Universal Periodic Review on Malaysia on human rights. And always, if you listen to them, their governments, their responses are always very defensive. Oh, we are doing this, we are doing that. No, we have done that, we've done that. Not acknowledging the issues which the groups have brought up. No, and just to throw in the PR for myself, I was also at the UN last month on the Business and Human Rights Forum, where I spoke at the opening plenary, and it was a good meeting, but and the Human Rights Commission from Malaysia from there, and also from the ministry, they were also very receptive, but nobody from JAQUA, no? And okay, so in terms of publications, with a huge number of publications out, no? If you Google the net, there's a lot of articles in Malay and English, mainly in Malay, and also academic articles from outside, no? But if anybody writes in the thesis saying that, no, we are doing this topic and they, because there's a dearth of information on this particular topic, that you have to really think twice about writing that statement down. It's no more valid anymore. And early this year, at the end of March, we had the Bumiputra Economic Congress, you see? And before that, there were some stakeholders meetings, some smaller meetings. So what do you call it? it is at this panel that the Orang Asli what do you call it, MP, and also the Deputy Speaker of the House was proposing that we have Imara as a body, like we have, if the Bumiputras, the Malays especially have a body like Mara, the Orang Asli should have a similar body, is he? So he was promoting that, is he? So he was basically thinking about development along the purely economic, development, modernization type, business type, and many Orang Asli were against it because they feared that if Mara is not, if the Orang Asli Mara is not designed, controlled, and structured properly, it will become like what actually happened to Mara, where there's a lot of corruption, no transparency, and no accountability, such that many of the Orang Asli are still poor despite 60 years of being around. Anyway, so in the end, we have to look at, is the government really committed to developing Orang Asli, or advancing their progress? You can glean their, their commitment by looking at the national budget, which just came out a few months ago. So in the Orang Asli department this year for next year, they get 350 million. So if for each of the 240,000 Orang Asli, the allocation is 14,600 ringgit. Now, in that same year, next year, they're going to renovate these two buildings, old colonial buildings, at a cost of 600 million for two buildings. So each building roughly an average of 300 million ringgit. 300 million ringgit for a building renovation, not construction, renovation, for 300 million for building, and 14,600 ringgit for Orang Asli. That's, you can tell, And and you may or may not know that there was an issue recently with the Global Ikhwan Services, fundamentalist Muslim group, Islamic group, that was doing businesses and so on, and there's a lot of abuse of children and so on. No? So that whole thing has been closed down, people arrested and so on. So 400 Orang Asli children, 400 not Orang Asli children, 400 Muslim children were affected and needed rehabilitation, counseling and so on. So the government is spending 225 million on these 400 students, not students, young people, who were affected by the abuse, which works out to 62,500 ringgit per student, So 14,600 for Orang Asli, 300 million for a house, a building, and 62 for an abused child. I'm not saying it's not deserving, but you can see where the commitment of the government is in terms of Orang Asli development. So with that, I will end. Hope I didn't take up my time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Colin, for all that information. That's really important stuff. So maybe if there's any questions from the audience, we can quickly take some. People can type in, or you can, I guess, just unmute yourself. Are there any questions for Colin?
Just to say, a lot to process, especially stuff happening in Pahang and that affect Pahang. Anyway, good work, and just that.
Hi, Colin. Tom here. I'm curious, is there any precedent for something like Morocco existing in the past or in any other states in Malaysia?
No, Oracle is actually the closest that the Oracle comes to is Rista. You know Rista? Rista is the Rubber Industry Smallholders Development Association. So they took over all the Orang Asli agricultural projects and so on, and they did all the management. And then in the end, after deducting all the costs, management, fertilizer, labor, and so on, the Orang Asli get dividends based on the profits, you see. So this guy, Olian, who's the manager of that, who was of this Oracle now, was a senior manager in Risda before. And when he became a senator, he had to give up his Risda post. And he told me after he finished his 6-year term as a senator, that when he went back to Risda in Pahang, when he left, there was 70 million in the buffer in the coffers, for Orang Asli, to be given back to them as dividends and so on. But when he came back after 6 years, that money was gone. So I'm just wondering whether he knows how things work, is he? That's why he's really pushing hard for this Oracle, which basically works on the same line as Rista, but is charging Orang Asli fees, like tapping fees and tapping rights and so on, under the guise that they will get Orang Asli, they get land from the state. But it's a private limited company, it's not a state corporation.
I see. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Colin, I had one question in terms of the Beja Kalubi forced conversion case. What is the next step, legally speaking, for that group? What's next?
So now it goes back to the High Court. It starts at stage 1. That means evidence, and so on. Saying that what happened, how they got tricked into converting, and so on.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
and knowing the people who were involved from Jakwa, I'm not surprised, because the same person who was involved in so-called converting them illegally or but without their knowledge, was also involved in the Cloud Dam project, and he lied in meetings which I attended, which I recorded, about what the Orang Asli was saying. So he was shown up, basically.
Okay. Okay, good
Like
to
I
know.
said, the Orang Asli department people, they have representativity. So when you go to government meetings or whatever, they listen to you. If you say that the Orang Asli agree, then they assume that all the Orang Asli are in line with what you say.
Yeah.
That's representativity.
Okay, any other questions?
Hi, Colin.
Go ahead.
This is Yuan Mei here.
Mm.
Hi, Colin. I wonder for the cases that involve electricity, because recently I just came back from Sindarut, and also the Sindarut hydroelectricity project is being reactivated, according from what I read. I wonder, currently I really see, at the same time, I went to Sindarut to do a mini hydroelectricity installation for the kampong to have 35 houses to have electricity. So I wonder if there is a trend in Peninsular Malaysia right now, have all these big agri dam and all that for hydroelectricity that affect the Orang Asli. Other than the Orang Asli themselves as stakeholder that can fight against it, what can be a more effective strategy to work with them? And number 2 is, would you mind to elaborate a little more of the new land legislation or policy that is coming up that is motivated people to even think about amending the federal constitutions, and how we can work against it to protect the rights of the indigenous people in Malaysia? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Yun Mei. First of all, there's the difference between mini and micro hydro. So what you're talking about is mini hydro, which is being done by some NGO, Laita Borneo, if I'm not mistaken. They were there last week or 2 weeks ago to set up the system. So that is community initiated, community controlled, and community owned. See? So that's a very small micro hydro. What the government's policy now towards renewable energy is to have hundreds of these mini hydros, basically I think less than 1 kilowatt or a little bit more than 1 kilowatt, no? And these are small enterprises done by businesses in obviously Orang Asli areas, because that's where the pristine rivers are, that's where the water supplies still are, because the Orang Asli have protected those areas. So Perak, for example, has 50 on the cards, see? And the Ulu Gruntum case was one case, no? So actually, if you ask me, there's nothing wrong with the micro hydro dam or mini hydro, because the environmental footprint is very, very small. The issues are who is in control, what kind of process they went through, no? Was there FPIC and so on, no? And who is it for? Electricity, is it? Or that kind of thing. Because you have dams. The bigger dams like Nangri Dam, according to our Renewable Energy Act, are not considered renewable energy. They're not considered renewable energy. There's a limit to how much wattage you can use. So every case is different, and actually the Orang Asli have to protest. They have to take the first move from the very beginning, not when the project is already at an advanced stage like the Nunguri Dam. In terms of the land policy actually came out in 2009, and Orang Asli were protesting against it then and so on. Basically, it's a policy that basically takes away land from the Orang Asli, not to give land to the Orang Asli, as the title of the policy says. But it was never able to be put into parliament because there were other things which were more important that the politicians were arguing about. So the Orang Asli matter was always at the bottom of the pile and kept being at the bottom of the pile. But just 2 years ago, they decided to, instead of just mending the land part, we just do the whole thing, amend everything. So that is it's a serious matter because many Orang Asli are not aware of the law or what the implication of the law, and are not aware of what can be done or should be done to secure the rights. So when we spoke to YB Ramli, the senator, not senator, the deputy speaker of the Senate, if he said he wanted to amend the constitution, I say we agree. You should amend the constitution, but the amendment should be somewhere in the preamble or somewhere in the article that says Orang Asli have rights to the traditional lands and all whatever, that those rights should be protected. That's the kind of statement we want, not that who can open this and who cannot, who controls that and so on. He just looked at me and just walked away. Anyway, so there are basically all these amendments. There are a lot of interest. The Malays would say udang sebalik batu. What batu? There's a prawn behind the rock, in the river. There's always an ulterior motive, some other motive. So the what do you call it? The important thing now is to get Orang Asli aware enough, conscious enough to fight back. And some of them have done it also. Some of the women have really spoken up against the amendments, against Oraco, and so on. And we are having a number of series of workshops next month, in January, to really work up. We already had some meetings about what the Orang Asli Act should be about, how it should be amended, what should JAKWA. One of the main things is that JAKWA should be a service agency. It should have no power to make decisions for the Orang Asli. So JAKWA is only to provide services like, transportation to school, subsidies for these hospitals and so on, not to make the decisions as it does now in matters of Orang Asli concerns,
Okay, thank you. We should probably move on, but thanks again, Colin, for telling us about recent developments. So our next speaker is Shaq Koyok. Shaq, I think you have a PowerPoint to share.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
Okay. Hello. Here I like to light things up from very heavy topic about indigenous, right and land right, so on. So I'm here. I'm really interested to dig through of decolonization methodology that been going on, and quite a number of indigenous friends of mine, and really interested how we can explore our idea through indigenous futurisms. And I believe I myself as an artist, and I try to find way to decolonize a space that we have sometimes often that we don't have space and we have to create our own. So this is the way that many of our indigenous community around the world manage to do it through exploring the creative path. And I will the indigenous futurism is been quite in the indigenous communities, especially in the youth and the creative industries, that really pushing how we can vision ourselves from the past, future, and the present, and in terms of represent ourselves as indigenous people, because often you can see so many negative representation nowadays already, and often that many of our indigenous community have suffer from this kind of trauma. And one of the things that really inspired many of indigenous community now is from when the Black Panther movie came up in the cinema, and many of my school children, even in the school nowadays, they always talk about Black Panther. How they, even though this comes from fiction, comic book, and they actually inspire so many indigenous community who really can speak about themselves. They're really proud of it, and I notice that every time I go to the school and every time I show Black Panther, they will say, "Oh," and then they can see how futuristic it is. The indigenous can be present themselves in the future and in so-called dystopian future, but at the same time they really express what they want to vision themselves. They want to what is inspiration. So one of I'm really interested is how the many indigenous artists out there in US, in Canada, and and South America as well as they managed to explore of their creative insight of how we're gonna tell past, future, and present in one context. For example, this he's a sculptor and a fashion designer. He managed to creating so many creative work that talking about his background as an indigenous artist at the same time as a really a contemporary artist. So one I'm really inspired about this artist called Craig Deals. I met him through the U.S. Embassy exchange program with artists in U.S. So many of his work is thought-provoking, and I was talking about how he uses space and creating the place-making setting in a part of country in the US. Then he managed to decolonize it with the type of presentation that he done. So now I'm going to show you what we have here in Malaysia, and here is Vicky Look. He's quite prominent now in being a radio presenter, and is a radio DJ for Ashi FM. But he's known as to be a graphic designer, and many of his work is always using the contemporary design and putting in Asli image or Asli design on this for example, you can see here. And he also creating the video game about Asli, and here this video game. I'm not sure I have enough time, but I'm gonna show you a little bit. Oh no. Okay. I'm sorry. I did something wrong here, but anyway, there is video game here, but I'm gonna go straight ahead. So go back to, oh, see, okay, so more. Anyway, so I know Vicky, we always in one big community groups of the what's it called, WhatsApp group and Facebook group, that we always discussing what new idea we can explore in terms of creative, and he's often pushing a lot of designs and a lot of t-shirts he making for many indigenous community to buy and to explore the idea. I'm not sure. I'm gonna try again. I need to sign in. Never mind. Okay. This is a video game he creating about Asli. Okay, next one is a singer from Samai community, and she's also a teacher, community teacher, but she using rock music in her teaching method, and she explore. She basically managed to translating many quite famous Malaysian rock songs into Semai, and she actually quite good singer as well, and she performed with her band sometime. And I have another video on YouTube link here, but I'm not sure I can play it now. probably have to sign again. So never mind, maybe later. Anyway, yes. So Shana is very, very vocal in her works. I see. I always talk about her inspiration, her reaction to many of indigenous issues nowadays. If you're happy to hear, if happy to hear what she thought about the land right issue, the country issues that she always talk about in her social media and also YouTube as well. She produced a lot of YouTube video, of course, about her songs. Sometimes the song is quite political. She always talk about how can her indigenous with the song that she wrote. Anyway, I wish I could play this video. Anyways, number songs are out there in review this. So I also I'm not sure you can play this one. I don't think so. But never mind. Uh, So anyway, so I was I was included Apa Kata Wanita group as well in my presentation because I thought their work are very important in term representation of indigenous community out there, and their video is very accessible and it's very entertaining as well, and they're been a tour around the country. I think in Dr. Colin's slides already mentioned about their works, and yes, and so this type of the indigenous futurism that I think is quite effective for to raise up the sense of hope among the indigenous community, because I all you can see here in the news now, many of our negative representation, of course, because of a land right issue and wildlife issue and environmental issue is always impacted a very small minority, especially in the indigenous community in Malaysia. So, but I like to show in my slides here many of our indigenous youth, indigenous women out in Malaysia now. We find a way to express through the media we available now, especially with the technology that we have enjoyed in the moment, and this is type of expression I think quite important for any community out there, especially who are very minority, and many of us quite quite hard to find space to discuss about what our inspiration are, and things with the smartphone now, it's make it easier for many indigenous community, indigenous youth, indigenous student to explore what they have, what they're capable, what they can do with the creative mind and the space they provided. So I'm not sure. So I wish I can play the video, but but you can have a look in the YouTube, and I just want to show this example. So what I do and with my space, with my capability, what with my creative work. So I just show it through my art and through my activism. So recently I got invited in the COP again to present my papers. In the same time, I part of the artists who work for the civil society movement of action. So many of actions in COP, that's me and my team what's it called, organize it. So it's shown that if you give enough opportunity, if you give it enough space for indigenous community, we able to give a find a way to express it what we want and what we inspiration are, and not just doom and gloom what happened in community, but we actually have hope And so many of my work always reflecting what happened through my art. So this is what I can show here today. All right, I think that's it for me. And if you have any question, let me know.
Okay, thank you so
I'm
much.
sure I'm.
That was great. Yeah, all good. We can take a quick question or two from the audience.
This is Barbara Nowak. I just wanted to relay a story from the 1980s. That was when the TV show Centennial was on. I don't know how many of you will remember that. Mapatsitsi were enamored with that TV show. They kept saying, our people, our people. So I just thought I'd pass that story on to you.
Thank you. Our people. So let me look.
Thank you. Yeah, Shaq, you
Thank
can
you.
also
Thank
share
you for
those
the
links in
question.
the chat to those videos if people want
Yes.
to look at them in their own
Yes. Yes.
time. Yeah, go ahead and do
All
that.
right. Thank you.
Any last questions for Shaq? Okay. Okay, with that, let's move on. So next will be Rosemary Giano, based at Keene State College, talking about her work with the Semilai. Rosemary, are you okay to share your screen?
Can you tell me exactly what to do to share it?
Yeah, so if you just go down to the lower bar of the Zoom window, there will be a share button in the middle. And if you press that, it'll give you an option of like sharing your desktop. So you could click that and then make your PowerPoint large. Yeah.
Okay. How's that?
Well, we can see your presenter view there.
So how do I stop that? Or how do I?
Just press go to End Show at the top left. And if you're able to, you could just do play from start. But if you need your notes, then that's a different issue, I guess. Is that okay for you?
I need my notes.
Okay, then maybe just go back to just X out of this, go to escape. And maybe
Okay.
just present from here so you can see the notes. But yeah, there's actually no way to do presenter view as far as I know.
There usually is. If you go up,
Oh, really?
can you does it give you an option if you look at the top of your screen to switch screens? I think you would only see that. Anyway, maybe not. Like it gives you an option of like which screen is the viewing screen.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Are you using Windows or Android PC?
It's
Apple.
Windows. It's
Apple. Is it
Apple.
Windows?
Yeah, Apple.
Because in Windows you use the command Windows P to choose the extend mode, not the duplicate mode. I don't know how you do it in Apple.
Left side up. Do you see? Oh, presenter view. Left, your left. Yes.
But is there a place in here where so that we're all not looking at presenter view?
I don't
You
know.
have to set your screen monitor to extend rather than duplicate.
To extend, not to.
Not to duplicate or PC screen or whatever.
Never mind, Rosemary, your presenter notes are too small anyway to read.
Yes, you got it already.
I can't see my notes though. You can see my notes. I'll see my notes.
Yeah, I think just go ahead. I think what Sokpo is saying is that we can't actually like really see what your notes are saying. So for us, as long as we can see the slide, I think it's okay, and you can go ahead.
All right. Okay, so hi everyone. My presentation today is entitled Semilai Currency Terms and the Malacca Sultanate. I need to use my notes because I've really compressed a lot of things and it's going to be hard to get everything in otherwise. This picture shows a replica of the Sultan's Palace, which today houses a museum. This study analyzed ethnographic, historical, linguistic, and archaeological evidence of monies, currencies, and weight measures from the 8th century to the 20th century in Java and Peninsula Malaysia to find possible precursors for the currency terminology of 20th century Similais in order to reconstruct Similai history. It argues that modern Similai monetary terms date to the 15th century, if not earlier. It further suggests that these continuities demonstrate a significant socioeconomic connection between the Malacca Sultanate and speakers of Similai at that time. Finally, after Portuguese Malacca in the 16th century began its decline as an international emporium, it proposes that Similai legal fines and religious beliefs and practices contributed to the retention of these terms. The Similai are one of the 18 indigenous Orang Asli cultures of Peninsula Malaysia. Similai is an Austroasiatic language with many borrowings from Malay. The Austroasiatic language family is the most ancient in situ in Southeast Asia. The Similai comprised a small-scale, forest-adapted society with some inherited political hierarchy. Political leaders and shamans enforced customary law and resolve disputes. And that's, this is all still true, although they are now integrated into Malaysian society much more than they were then. In 1980, there were about 2,400 Similai. Today, there are more than 9,000 and probably maybe many more based on what Colin was saying before. I've been studying Similai culture ethnographically for a long time. So here you have some photographs of Similai Swidden agriculture, which used dry rice and was pioneering into primary rainforest. And they used fish and game mainly for protein. And rattan and resin trade. I've talked about these things before in previous talks, and you may have seen these pictures before, but they give you an idea of what Similai culture was, especially back in the 1980s. And a lot of these things people aren't really doing anymore, but they're still very important in terms of who the Similai are and who they've been. There's long-standing small-scale commodity production. This is an excerpt from an interview that I did with Choplin Bobong back in 1998. Rosemary, in the past, when people went down to Kuala Bura, what did they sell there? Choplin, oh, we brought rattan. They bought it. Resin? No. Resin, yes. Resin, yes. But it was oleoresin, not really rock resin. Was the oleoresin in a tin? Uh-huh. There was resin in tins. Resin torches? There were resin torches. 5,000, 6,000 carried in a canoe to sell. 1,000? 1,000? 5,000? They carried 5,000, 6,000. It depended on how much the canoe could hold. A canoe the size of Batin Hawkins could hold 4,000, 5,000. 5,000 sticks? Yes. That's a lot, and a lot of money that could be made. Oh, no, not in that regard. Don't you know, back then it was 1 cent per stick. Therefore, 100 were $1. Oh, it was hard making money in the past. If you had 500 sticks, only then would you get $5. But $5, what could you do with it? I remember in my childhood, yes, we bought rice there. They charged 10 cents. We felt completely full. Money had a lot of value back then. Yes, a round of torches 50 sticks, 50 cents, 30 cents. In one bundle, 100 were sold. But what? If I looked for salt, 10 cents for 1 gallon, how many years would it take to eat that? For $1, how many years to eat it? That would be 10 gallons. So Similai has two sets of numerals and three different monetary denominations. In regard to the sets of numerals, in one, which was used to count most things, 6 of the first 7 numerals are from Austroasiatic, and therefore they date to at least before 1200 CE or AD. In the other, for counting money, almost all the numerals are borrowings from Malay. Both indicate a long-standing engagement with commerce, which requires quantitative skills. And secondly, while the Malaysian national currency has one denomination, the ringgit, in the Similai language, there are 3 different currency denominations for the primary monetary unit. And those are Mas, Sepahat, and Rial. Kupang represents a subunit of the monetary unit. So here you see these 2 different numeral systems. The first one on the left is the default one that's used for counting people and trees and eggs and bread or whatever you're counting. And you can see that 6 of the 10 are derived from Austroasiatic and are very ancient. The others are from Malay. And then the second column is mostly Malay derived. And you can see that 4 is left out. And then in the third column, you can see that you have the Malay numbers, and then you have the denominations that I mentioned earlier, except for the one for 4, which doesn't seem, it's an anomaly. It doesn't fit the pattern of the other ones. So if you're counting money in Bahasa Malaysia, you're basically, kupang is archaic in Malay, and to the extent that you hear it today, it's for 10 cents, not 25 cents. But otherwise, it's ringgit all the way down. With Similai, after kupang, you have Mas, and then you have Sepahat, and then you have Mas again, and then you have Rial. And, you know, the question is, why is it like that? So in 1940, Father Carden suggested that, these Similai terms had come from Portuguese Malacca. And he based that on a book by Antonio Nunez from 1554. And, you know, extracting from his quote from Nunez, what you have is in 16th century Malay in Malacca, 4 kupang equals one mas, and 4 mas equals 1 pawal. And if you compare that to modern Similai, 4 kupang equal 1 mas, and 4 mas equal 1 pahat. So you can see that there's a resemblance there. Let's spend a moment with the other part of the equation, which is the Sultanate of Malacca, which went from 1400 to 1511. In 1515, according to Tomé Perez, whoever is Lord of Malacca has his hand on the throat of Venice. Men cannot estimate the worth of Malacca on account of its greatness and profit. Malacca is a city that was made for merchandise, fitter than any other in the world, the end of monsoons and the beginning of others. So you can see that the Portuguese coveted Malacca and were intent on conquering it, which they did in 1511. But prior to that time, I mean, they actually, after that, once the Portuguese took it over, it never was the same again. A lot of the traders went other places. But while it was still a sultanate, it had something like 120 to 200,000 people in it, which was extremely large for a city at that time. And they counted 84 different languages being spoken there. So these pictures are from the museum that I mentioned earlier. And, there were many different products that came through Malacca. But by 1641, the Portuguese lost Malacca to the Dutch. And at that point, most of the trade was going to other ports, and Malacca basically fell asleep, or became a much quieter place. So where do the Somali monetary terms come from? So here we're back to talking about money. According to Carden, the Somali told Mr. Collings that they formerly lived in the Negri Sembilan, that is to say, near or even on the Malacca territory. The fact of their having kept in use the system of counting in Kupang, Mas, Pawal, and Real is an undeniable proof of former commercial intercourses between them and the Portuguese traders of Malacca. Carden was onto something, but except for real, there were no Portuguese words here. Also, Carden didn't mention that Malacca's money consisted of tin ingots called kalaim, and the coins were called pichis. And here you see a picture that shows these coins. So, getting back to these Somali terms, and where did they come from? Kupang and Mas actually go back to 8th century Java. And Mas, is derived from Mas, which is derived from a Sanskritic word. And Masa became the monetary unit in Java in the 8th century. Kupang is an indigenous term and dates to the 10th century in Java. It weighed 0.6 grams, and you can see under the picture that Masa weighed 2.4 grams. So Kupang, even way back then, was 1/4 of 1 mas, or 1 masa. So Supahat is the most interesting lexeme in the Somali monetary lexicon, as far as I'm concerned, and is central to the study. It literally means 1/4 in Malay, but why would the Somali word for 4 ringgit be 1/4? Carden dropped su from Supahat to align pahat with pawal, su meaning in Malay 1. But are pawal and pahat cognates? Carden provides no evidence of it. Nunez was also the only source for the word pawal that I could find. Furthermore, why do 4 mas in modern Somali and 4 mas in 16th century Malay have their own denominational terms anyway? The Real de Ocho is actually the easiest. The Real is from the Real de Ocho, and it's the easiest of the Somali terms to figure out, or its source. It became ubiquitous from the late 16th century to well into the 19th century across maritime Asia, and it replaced most of the local currencies. And I think that is what wiped out a lot of these terms that the Somali had, but it didn't wipe out the Somali terms. So I've been using all these concepts that I didn't really understand myself when I embarked on this thing. But I just want to provide some definitions here. So units of weight measure are standardized units for quantifying a good based on its weight. I think that's pretty straightforward. Currency is a pretty variable term. Different people, define it differently, but It's the tangible manifestation of units of value and usable items, coins. I mean, anything can be currency. Cigarettes can be currency, but these things, facilitate exchange. Monies are tangible manifestations of a unit of value issued by a guarantor of its quality and standardization. So there's more of an institutional basis for what might be called money. So this is an important quote that helps provide some kind of insight here. Robert Wicks described the difficulty of distinguishing references to early weight units from references to coins and money in Southeast Asia. The denominational structure of early coinage most often corresponded to a standard weight unit and its subdivisions. Further, the names of coins were frequently identical to the weights they represented. This practice, however, often makes it difficult to determine if a transaction utilized standardized coinage or simply metal by weight. So think of pound, you have the British pound, which is money, but you also have the word pound, which refers to weight. And the two are, historically related. Often people weighed things and used that for currency, but eventually it became more standardized and it turned into money. So returning to Antonio Nunez, I went back to that because, Carden hadn't really told the whole story. And one of the things I realized is that, it wasn't just about kupang and mas. Here you have four kupang equal 1 mas. Well, we've established that. 4 mas equals 1 pao. We know that already. And then you have 1 tail equals 16 mas. And it's this that I think really sort of makes it clear what's going on here. And that tail is the missing piece in the puzzle that I've been talking about. The Undang-Undang Malacca, the laws of Malacca, actually have, I counted 92 specified fines, and most of those were in Mas, Supahat, Tail, and Kati. And there's hardly any mention, I don't think there is any mention of Kalaim or Pichis. So in 16th century Malacca, these terms were weight measure units for precious things. They weren't money, they were weight units. And 1 kupang equaled 1/4 mas, 1 mas equaled 1/4 pao, and 1 pao equaled 1/4 tail. So 1 pao was literally 1/4 of a tail. In modern Samalai, kupang, mas, and sapaha are monetary denominations. They're not weight units, but they behave similarly up to a point. So 1 kupang equals 1/4 mas, 1 mas equals 1/4 sapaha. But because sapaha in Samalai is now a monetary denomination, and tayo remains a weight measure in Samalai, sapaha no longer equals 1/4 tayo. So you lose that connection. Therefore, a Samalai sapahat must derive from the era when a quaternary system of weight units for precious things was the currency. Once these gold and silver weight units were replaced by decimal scale monetary units such as rial, dollar, and ringgit, sapahat in Malay was dispensed with, but it was retained in Samalai by folding it awkwardly into the decimal terminology system. And in regard to Powell and Paha, those are both Malay. Powell is not in any Malay dictionary I could find, but there is Pau, and Pau and Paha are very similar in meaning, and they both mean a quarter. One seems to mean more about a quarter in regard to weight, and the other one in terms of volume. Pau seems closer to Pawal, so I'm not sure what was going on there, but clearly, there's something. And so in regard to how these terms stood the test of time, I mean, they were preserved into, the late 20th century, even into this century to some degree in simile. And I think at least part of the answer, I mean, I certainly don't have the whole answer for that, but part of it has to do with money in marriage fines. There, in simile, marriage customs, it's acceptable to marry a non-relative. It's really good to marry a cousin in your generation, but if you're marrying a cousin in another generation, then there are going to be fines entailed, and these fines usually include money, and money that has to do with coins to replace the scales on the naga's on the naga's skin. Otherwise, floods, droughts, earthquakes could occur. And then there are midwife fees that one would have to pay if you didn't tell the midwife in time by a certain period of time that you were pregnant and would need her services or his services. And then money also comes into play with burial goods, and they're placed on top of a grave or within the grave on the eyes of the body. So, conclusion, simile numeracy indicates a strong orientation to commerce. The integration of money into their customary laws and practices indicates its importance in their value system, in their culture. Archaic currency terminology in modern simile indicates that they became actively involved in trade with non-simile hundreds of years ago, and that they actively contributed to the greatness of the Malacca state. And that's it.
All right, thank you very much. We can take a quick question or two if anyone has anything.
Rosemary, that was very interesting. I can't wait to see it written out. As a general point, I think this highlights the importance of looking at Aslian language data, not simply as part of Orang Asli history, but also part of the Malay world history. And that's something, as Rosemary knows, I also very keen on working on. There's an awful lot of other material buried in the Orang Asli languages, which still needs a great deal of research. And this is a very nice example of what you can get out of it.
Okay, great.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, sure.
This is not really a question, but it may interest you to know that up to this day, the royals, the aristocrats on Penyengat in the Riau Lingga Islands still mention Riau in the mas kawin when they have engagements and weddings.
I saw that actually. I ran across a reference to that.
Yeah. And you see, of course, the aristocrats on Penyengat are descendants of Malacca.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and the Sultan of Johor, yeah, comes from, left Malacca and ended up in Johor, right?
He went to Bintan first, but anyway,
Yeah.
he subsequently the descendants went to Johor. But they still mention Rial and Ringgit and all that, and what it expresses is a hierarchy. It's a hierarchy of ranks.
Mm-hmm.
So they still mention it as late as this year.
They mention the money as to symbolize their rank.
it's part of the engagement and wedding ritual that they have to sebut, they have to mention the money as the mas kahwin, and is fixed. It's fixed at a certain sums.
Interesting.
Mm.
Maybe I could talk to you more about that.
Yeah, sure.
Could I add one
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
small
Go ahead.
one?
Yeah.
You mentioned something called a peaches. That sounds a bit like what elsewhere in the peninsula is called pitis, which is a monetary unit too, old one, which you might look at.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's also old, and it goes back to Majapahit in Java. I think that's when you get a lot of these copper and tin, lots of copper coinage from China came in, and I skipped all over that because there was just not enough time. There's a lot more to the story than I could tell. So these were prior to the peaches coming from China. They're, the monetary, the currency, money, whatever, was mostly silver and gold. But with the pitis or pichis, they got lots of these small, very, inexpensive coins. As people were going more into markets and buying and selling things more than they had been before.
So sorry, Moss is, you say, a corruption or similar to Mars, is it?
I think it's from it may be from Minangkabau. In Minangkabau, it's pronounced Moss. And another dimension of what was going on is that, especially, I don't know if it's especially, but I'm sure after Malacca there was a lot of slave raiding going on, and Minangkabau were moving into Negri Sembilan at that time, and so the Samalai were. There was probably a variety of different kinds of experience having to do with their interaction with Minangkabau.
Yeah.
But that probably comes from that.
Okay. I just as a matter of curiosity, because Morse Tom in Batik means the upriver, not just upriver, but the source of the river.
Huh.
I think that's a separate Austronesian word meaning end. But,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, why don't we go ahead and move on? Thank you, Rosemary. That was great.
Sure.
Okay, so next up, Lights of Po. Are you ready to share? Okay, should be able to now. Okay, thanks.
Hi. So this talk is really, I just put it together a few days ago, and I don't have any conclusion. So I just want to share some insights, well, some observations of the batik today, and what some things that I feel are going on, but I don't know where it's going. Okay. In a way, this is a kind of reflexive talk. It starts with me taking batik to Penang, and many people say, "Oh, great, let's go to Penang." And so I've been taking them by car, by taxis, by trains, and by planes. and they are quite excited about all of that. But then afterwards, they don't. I mean, it doesn't seem to be something that they cling on to. I don't know what. Of course, I don't know what happens when somebody comes to my home and then they go home, back to the forest, because I'm not there to record it. But generally, it's like, oh, okay, we went to Penang, and then that's it. So it started a few years ago. I started a research project on gibbons, and this is one of my teams. You can see a manto is on the left, and he's the one in the previous photograph, and then all these guys. And so I've been wondering how all of this will affect the batik. I never used to have a tent, but I do now. And for this trip, I had a tent, a lean-to, and my chair. And so that's what I do. And of course, photography. You can see the kid on the right, sorry. He's taking a photograph, just like I'm taking a photograph. So it's for the camera, photographing camera back. But most of all is the mobile phone. It has really affected the batik. I mean, way before I introduced mobile phones as part of my research kit to the batik. Just last week I was with them, and there was a crisis, sudden crisis. News was received. Ayub had gone lost in the forest, so his mother was quite upset and wanted to get hold of Ayub to see what's going on. So then I whipped out my phone and I called a few numbers, no answer, called another one, no answer. Finally, I got through to a friend of Ayub's in the same settlement, and they said, oh, he just went hunting and then he got lost, and but he's back now, so it's fine. So that sort of transaction in the days when I first knew the batik would have required something like several weeks, where you have to send somebody off to the forest, off to the other part of the forest, and then you have to get the response back. But now, of course, you just go. So it's the mobile phone has really done a lot to speed up communications, but also has led to certain things not happening anymore, such as, for example, taking young people and sending them to other parts of the forest. So this is an example of what we do with mobile phones. It's an app on the Android phone, which I use to record observations of gibbons and the sounds and the plants. Another thing to do with material culture, just now Colin was talking about dams, is solar panels. Many people have come to the batik and offered solar panels, and also some people have taken it upon themselves to buy cars, which I think do not last very long because of the terrain is so bad that a car like that is not going to last. So they use solar panels, and the panels, I mean, I don't like it in a way because of the light at night. But they use solar panels to light up the settlement. But elsewhere, it's still dark. I mean, the houses. Education. Education is becoming a female thing, with most boys of like these guys dropping out before they are 16. The boy on the right, for example, he was at school and then he quit. He told his parents, because I can't smoke in school, so he's going to stay home instead. And for a while there, for about 2 years, I saw him doing nothing except play with the other kids. And then on this recent trip, I saw he had gone back to studying hunting. So he's not making blowpipes. His father is making blowpipes for him. And then he goes out and hunts. Education, as far as the girls are concerned, there's just one girl so far that I know in my community that has finished Form 5. Not great results, but it's okay. There are others coming up behind her, but it's mainly girls who finish school. Economy, that's Alice Rutch on the left. She was doing a documentation of weaving. That's still going on. Hunting and gathering are still going on, especially with Naksuk. She's on the second right. When she's around, you never think that anything has changed. She's amazing. But also the batik, unlike what Jacoa was saying 20 years ago, the batik do not necessarily go from hunting and gathering to farming. If they farm at all, and they have planted some crops, those tend to be like fruit trees, which they can just drop in the ground and then go off and do their own thing. Nowadays, it's bananas. So after all is said and done, I'm wondering what are we to make of this? This was a picture taken in 2022. So it's not that long ago. And the batik, they have a combination, a marvelous variety of examples of hunting and gathering. They live in lean-tos, and then if they don't like lean-tos, they could live in tents. They live in tops, and so on. So batik are neither one nor the other. They're neither hunter-gatherers full-time, nor are they farmers. So, but they are quite, to me, urbanized. But at the same time, they urbanize and then they go back home and become hunter-gatherers again. And some of them are working in oil palm estates. Some of them are working in tourism. But when they have time, they will take up hunting or gathering, whatever. So to me, all of this is interesting. And gives us food for thought. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Any questions or comments? Looks like Alice. Go ahead, Alice.
Hi, Topo. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Topo. It's super interesting, and yeah, always amazing to hear your ethnography. I was wondering, you spoke about this a little bit, but I was wondering if you could expand any more on like how you think this challenges more mainstream ideas of Orang Asli development, particularly as it, so often centers around becoming farmers, for example.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Batik are, I mean, they just challenge all stereotypes of Orang Asli development. First of all, we don't want development because the Batik don't even have a term for development, and they don't have a term for that's even remotely like, what is it, pembangunan, which is the Malay word. They don't have all of those terms. So like the Penan whom I worked with, they would classify people by whether people are rich or poor. I think that's about all that the Batik would do. In terms of other things, bigger questions about hunting and gathering, I think it is still a very resilient system. I mean, with those boys, sometimes I look at them and I just go, "Oh God, what are they doing now?" But then I wait a little while, and then they start learning how to hunt properly. So I think it's something to do. We can say about hunters and gatherers around the world. That they don't necessarily fit any pattern that was predicted 20 years ago.
Can I say something? I saw that opportunism of hunting, gathering, fishing, and cash labor working in the palm industry back in the 80s. So I think what you're seeing is that Batek still have an opportunity to carry on traditional activities, but are integrating the way they want to in an opportunistic way. I have a feeling Basisi can no longer do that. I'm not sure. Just my thought.
Yeah. One thing that's the Batik are lucky because they still have the forest. They have Taman Negara, of course, although most of them don't. They no longer live full time inside Taman Negara. They can go in and out anytime they want, and then there's a lot of forest patches outside Taman Negara, which I have been to, of course, and I think, for example, the forest patch that I was in last week, there's it's tapirs, Sumatran rhinos, bears, elephants, tigers, everything that you could wish for in a intact forest is there. But they don't come and attack us. Yes, Jayakumar, Sumatran rhino. Uh, so I think that when somebody like Amanto wants to go hunting, he goes hunting, and he can basically find whatever he needs to find. Yeah. So yeah. Yes, Barbara Nowak.
Okay, thank you so much. Why don't we go ahead and move on? Thanks again, Takpo. Okay, so the next two talks are about Orang Asli health. So I think up now we have Marina Wadowicz from Vanderbilt University talking about cardiometabolic health. Marina, are you ready to share?
Yep, just let me know if you don't see the right screen here. All right, does that look good?
There we go. Yeah,
Perfect.
thanks.
Cool. Okay, I'm Marina Wadowicz. Thank you all for having me today. So as we've heard, and as we all are very well aware, human lifestyles around the world are rapidly changing. People living in small-scale subsistence level societies and indigenous populations around the world are pretty rapidly being exposed to urban environments and industrialization. And this happens for a variety of reasons. It's happening through choices that people are making to move to urban centers that are springing up around them to pursue economic opportunities. It's happening through forced acculturation. So there's a myriad of forces that are kind of creating this change worldwide. And with this rapid industrialization, there's also been a very quick rise in non-communicable diseases. So this plot just shows from 1990 to 2019, but this trend has been pretty consistent for most of the last century. And so we see a rise in kind of all types of non-communicable diseases around the world, which is a really big threat to indigenous health for people around the world. Okay, and subsistence level populations are relatively protected from many non-communicable diseases. So people living really traditional lifestyles, we see a much lower incidence of non-communicable diseases, especially diseases related to cardiometabolic health. So this is just one example. The Chimane from lowland Bolivia have very low rates of arterial plaque and older age than people living in the US. And so there's been a lot of investigation into what lifestyle factors about urbanization and industrialization are driving these increases in non-communicable diseases. So people have looked at physical activity differences between people living in the US and the Chimane and Hadza of Eastern Africa, for example. People have looked at infection patterns, thinking that, kind of chronic inflammation due to just sterile environments could be contributing to non-communicable diseases. And then, of course, diet has been a major lifestyle feature that people have investigated. So differences in diet between indigenous populations around the world, and then the US, Europe, and other highly industrialized countries. And so that's been those investigations have been really useful and very important. But most research to date is doing these very broad scale comparisons between populations or between countries. And this has a couple confounds. So one is, there's a genetic confound. So there's just different, genetic backgrounds between people living in these different countries. And the second is that these investigations between populations or between countries are looking at massive differences in lifestyle. So people living in a traditional Chimane lifestyle, that is just so incredibly different than people living in the US. And so we're doing these very broad scale comparisons that can be very useful, but it's really not fine grained. And so there's a question of how do we move beyond these broad population level comparisons to really pinpoint the specific types of lifestyle factors during this lifestyle transition to urban environments that really matter for health. And so studying the lifestyle transition within a population who is actively transitioning and where you have people living along a lifestyle gradient, this is really, a way to be able to disentangle specific lifestyle factors and how much they influence cardiometabolic health. And so the focus today that I'll be talking about is really focused on cardiometabolic health. So there's a lot of environmental changes. We know that the lifestyle transition is incredibly multifaceted. And this variation, as people are experiencing, differences in diet where they haven't fully transitioned to a highly Western or highly urban environment, there's still variation among how much traditional food, how much market integrated food people are eating, the types of labor that they're doing, the housing that they're living in. So this variation gives us kind of the ability to understand lifestyle at a fine-grained level and the real features that are important for cardiometabolic health. And this is where the Orang Asli Health and Lifeways project comes in. So this project, many people on the call today are involved in this project. And so this project measures or works with the Orang Asli across Malaysia to study, to use anthropological techniques to survey people about their life history, to collect information on people's body composition through anthropometrics, to do health assessments, and also provides primary health care along with the Malaysian Red Crescent Society. And this team has sampled people and worked with Orang Asli across peninsular Malaysia. And collected a lot of data. I think that they've worked with or reached about 1,000 people at this point, if not more. And then we've also collected biological samples in the form of very small blood draw that's been done, but I won't really speak about that today. And so what we did, or what I did here for this project, was to investigate the components of lifestyle that influence cardiometabolic health. And so this is really trying to break down what urbanization and industrialization is into different a priori domains. For example, acculturation is one facet of the lifestyle change. Market diet integration, or eating more foods from market drive sources, is one facet of lifestyle change. Consuming a traditional diet is one facet. Mobility, so access that people have to a city, how readily they can get to an urban center. So we developed these domains of lifestyle kind of a priori, and then we also have used two measures from the literature, because we're not the first people to want to quantify the urban transition in a continuous way. So one is a community-based urbanicity score, in which you kind of aggregate information across a community to ask about the infrastructure that's available. And then the other is household style of life, which is really kind of the building materials that people have. So what their homes are made out of, if they have, what type of floor they have, what type of roof they have. So again, kind of an infrastructure measure. And so this allows us, so these are 8 domains that we've quantified from information that we got from surveying people. And this allows us to quantify the lifestyle gradient from very traditional to very urban lifestyles. And so we see Orang Asli living across this entire gradient. So what this really looks like, for example, is these are the 8 measures, and these are just histograms on the right-hand side of these different measures. And so you can see that there's a lot of variation here. So acculturation, so this is how much education people have, how much kind of they're kind of in touch with pop culture too. That is a relatively uniform distribution, whereas household style of life, so building materials that people have, this is almost a bimodal distribution. So people with not a lot of infrastructure, and then living in a much more highly kind of built environment. Market diet, we see that most of the Orang Asli that we have surveyed have integrated, market-derived foods into their diet quite extensively. And so, for example, this is, on the left is a plot of that urbanicity score across different locations. So you can see that we can capture a lot of variation. And I think here this shows that these continuous scales can really capture the lifestyle gradient in a way that's much more fine-grained than doing a categorical, grouping of traditional versus urban. And so, like I said, we're not the first people to kind of want to quantify lifestyle in a continuous manner, but using multiple scales, like testing multiple scales against one another, and then looking at multiple outcomes of health, that is pretty rare. And so that's been exciting about this project. So I use these 8 scales to ask which components of the lifestyle transition affect cardiometabolic health, and how are they associated with cardiometabolic health. We had these 16 cardiometabolic outcomes. and for each of these, we have around 600 people who we have sampled. So that's the sample size. And then, oh, sorry, I forgot the colors here, but blue is female and red is male. And so you can see that we've sampled people across, many different ages. So for example, this is just looking at waist circumference across these 8 measures. And you can see that kind of consistently, so higher on the x-axis is more urban for all of these, even the traditional diet scale. So that's kind of reversed from what you would expect coded. So basically, more to the right is more urban across every scale. And here you can see that waist circumference on the y-axis is positively associated with urbanicity across all of these different ways of quantifying urbanicity. And this is what we would expect to see. This is what's observed across lots of other populations around the world. But you can see that there's a lot of variation in how strong that correlation is. And so that is really interesting because that allows us to ask, how much each of these different facets of the lifestyle transition affects each cardiometabolic outcome. So we can do this. I'll just walk you through these results. So for example, we can compare urbanicity score and then our market diet score and ask how strongly they're each correlated with waist circumference. That urbanicity score explains more variation in waist circumference. So we can plot that on the right here by plotting the effect size from a linear model. I think this will make a lot more sense here. So anything kind of to the right of 0 on the x-axis is a higher value with more urbanicity. You can see kind of immediately that traits related to body size and body fat are increased with higher urbanicity and with more consumption of foods from the market, which includes salt, sugar, and oil. We also see generally higher glucose and triglycerides as people, move to urban areas. And we can do this across all of our 16 cardiometabolic measures and then across all 8 lifestyle scores. And so I know this is just a ton of information, so I can put it up or send it out later, but I just wanted to show kind of that this is, how we have investigated this. And then what we really are interested in is understanding which of these facets of lifestyle best predicts each cardiometabolic outcome. So for every cardiometabolic trait, we've asked which lifestyle score explains the most variance or best predicts that trait. And so this we can summarize in this plot. So here we expected that the market-derived diet score, because it is what people are eating, and we know that diet has a big influence on health. We thought that would have kind of the most explanatory power over a lot of different facets of cardiometabolic health. So we set that as our baseline. But what we actually found is that so negative values here are more predictive of cardiometabolic health. And so what we found is that across all 16 measures, these lifestyle scores related to the built environment were better at predicting cardiometabolic health. And this was really consistent. So these top 3 scores all have to do with the built environment and material wealth. And the scores that were the least predictive of our measures of cardiometabolic health were, really related to diet and subsistence practices. So this was surprising. We did recapitulate this in another population, the Turkana of Kenya, and who live a pastoralist lifestyle and essentially live in a desert, so an incredibly different environment than the Orang Asli, but the results here were strikingly similar. So this was a little bit surprising, but really interesting. And so then we investigated this in a second way. So we took all of the variables that comprised our scores. So this is almost 30 different survey items. And we put them into a factor analysis, which is a type of unsupervised machine learning method that basically groups the items together in terms of items that explain kind of similar or have shared variance. And so we got from this that there are 2 primary factors among our survey items, and they very clearly broke down between non-diet related variables, or essentially variables related to the built environment, And then the second factor was really strongly associated with diet. And so this was a totally different method that really well recapitulated what we saw before with our first method. And so what these two show is that there's kind of two axes of variance, one related to the built environment and one related to diet, in terms of predicting cardiometabolic health among the Orang Asli. And we did the same thing as before. We asked which of these factors best explain cardiometabolic health. And here 0 is kind of the most explanatory. And we see that that's factor 1, which is this built environment factor. And that's very similar to the urbanicity score and household style of life and material wealth. And then that diet factor score, so positive values here are not performing as well. And so factors related to diet are not as predictive of cardiometabolic health. So this, again, recapitulates what we saw in that first analysis. And we've recapitulated this again in the Turkana with really similar results. So we were next interested in understanding if urbanicity has different impacts for female health versus male health. So this is just looking at the urbanicity score here, and this is showing on the x-axis the standardized effective lifestyle. So more positive scores here mean that you are kind of more affected, that sex is more affected by urbanicity, and actually so are more negative values. So as you get further away from 0, that sex is more perturbed by urbanicity. So for an example, looking at body fat percentage, I've plotted that on the right-hand side here. So you can see that as you increase in urbanicity on the x-axis, the line for females is increasing more quickly than the line for males. So female body fat percentage is increasing more quickly as females are moving to urban environments. And so none of these were actually statistically significant, but we saw really similar trends again in this second population that we looked at. And you can see that across all body composition related measures, females are showing more perturbation or a stronger effect from the urban environment than males. Okay. So of course the question is, why does the built environment more consistently predict cardiometabolic health to a stronger extent than diet does, which again was not necessarily what we predicted, but it does make some sense. So the built environment there's still, even though we've kind of taken a fine-grained approach, there's still so many components that create the built environment and that are associated with the built environment. So it's not just building materials, right? But this is kind of correlated with a loss of culture, of experiencing discrimination, of pollution. So there's still a lot of facets here to disentangle. And the extent of a built environment that people are living in is, we think, also a proxy for just accumulated exposure to urban environments. So if you are living in an area that is really built up, or at least somewhat built up, you have more likely than not had access even before those built even before you got concrete in your community or something like that. That community has probably just been more exposed to urban influences, had more time where people could reach a market. And so we think that there's kind of an association between like duration of exposure to urban influence and the built environment that's probably partially driving this. That's something that it's very, very hard to disentangle, but we're working to do just that. Okay, so of course, the question is really, what does this mean for Orang Asli health? And so there are clearly benefits to urban infrastructure. No one's going to argue that, but especially healthcare access. But how do we maximize the benefits as this lifestyle transition manifests for the Orang Asli, and then of course for many indigenous societies around the world, and minimize the risk and minimize the chance of developing non-communicable diseases? So this is really, how do we keep our thumb on the scale to keep the benefits and really not have people suffer the detriments. And so I think our study provides a couple of key insights here. So just to summarize, we quantified multiple different facets of lifestyle, really trying to break them down into a fine, at a fine grain scale. We performed this at a within country, level to try to get away from those very broad population level analyses. And then we looked across multiple cardiometabolic traits. And we found that, yes, a greater consumption of market-derived foods is associated with poorer cardiometabolic health, as expected, but that urban infrastructure is even more strongly associated with cardiometabolic health, especially body composition-related traits. And so this likely reflects a longer exposure to urban environments and market-derived foods. And what this really shows, I think, is that when the built environment or when urban infrastructure is being built, this is a no-brainer, of course, but it should prioritize health and promote physical activity and increase access to healthy food, or at least, allow access to healthy food. And this is so often not the case, especially in, kind of early on in the lifestyle transition. And we also found that female body composition-related traits tended to be more strongly impacted by urbanicity than that of males. And so this shows that sex-specific interventions, should be considered as people are transitioning to a more urban environment. So I'll leave it at that. And I'd really like to thank all of the Orang Asli who have participated in this research, and just the Orang Asli communities, and also the OA Help leadership and the field teams who have just done an absolutely massive amount of work collecting these data. And then, of course, everyone I work with at Vanderbilt and all of their collaborators. And the data that I've presented here, we have put online as a preprint, so you can find it there. You can also email me, and I'm happy to share it. So yeah, I can take questions.
Thank you, Marina. Yeah, we can take a few quick questions. Ivan Tacey has a question. Go ahead, Ivan. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, Vivek. Thanks, Marina. That was really fascinating. And hi, everyone else. Rosemary, Light Up Bo, Jeffrey, Kurt, Colin, Ian, Tom, Rodney. Nice to see everyone. Haven't seen you for ages. Yeah, so I thought that's really interesting. I feel that probably policymakers will listen to studies like this much more carefully than to, the work of sociocultural anthropologists like myself. It's something kind of measurable, etc. But there was a couple of points I thought, obviously you've got urbanization as the main factor, but obviously the remedy for that is getting people land rights, getting forests back. Do you think there is much chance your project can push for that? And I've just got a second kind of follow-up question. I mean, obviously, we're kind of separating Orang Asli off from other communities in a way, but I mean, lots of rural Malays would have been living fairly similar lifestyles to some of the Orang Asli groups. So I wondered if it could be interesting to look at effects of things like deforestation, urbanization on Malay populations as well, and other people living in rural areas, so that it's not kind of like earmarking off Orang Asli as radically different, whereas lots of the Orang Asli groups, everyone's different, but in some ways they're not as radically different as, other groups. Do you see what I mean? Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. No, those are great points. And yeah, here we just looked at Orang Asli health simply because that's, the project started as an anthropological project and with a focus on the Orang Asli. So those are the data that we have. Do I expect that this would function probably very similarly in rural Malays and indeed, populations around the world? Yes, I do. And so, yeah, that was just simply a feature of the data that we had available. But, we could totally, if we had the data, we could absolutely do that in other groups. And then to your first point, man, I would hope that that would be a wonderful aspiration, right? To hope that this type of study and a lot of the work that's been done from the Orang Asli Health and Lifeways Project, and then of course people who kind of have done similar studies before. I would hope that it has, an impact on at the policy level. Sometimes as scientists, right, the role is to like put it out into the ether and hope that it gets used in that way. So, I guess for myself, as I've really come from like a genetics, genomics, molecular biology background, so I'm so not in that world. But yeah, I personally would be thrilled if it could inform health policy. I feel, again, we've recapitulated this in two populations, and the results are very, very strikingly similar. So I think there's a lot of good evidence that we are seeing something real biologically.
Yeah, because that's great. I did miss parts of what you said because of my silly internet connection. I don't know what's happened to it. It's normally excellent. It's just gone bad today. Because I imagine that the benefits of kind of reforestation, having much more access to forest, are benefits for everyone, So it's kind of, okay, we're talking about Orang Asli here today, but these are universal benefits, I think, Anyway, thanks very much, Marina.
Yeah, thank you. No, totally. I mean, and that is like the One Health approach that I think, yeah, a lot of us are totally on board with. And we'd like to look at effects of deforestation. That is something that we have, that Tom Kraft on this call in particular has tried to work towards developing a way that we can use publicly available, data like satellite data to try to do that. It's really hard to quantify because from that level, the canopy looks very similar to like plantain or
But that can be recognized through AI now, I would imagine, differences between oil palm and forest.
Yeah, yes. That is something we're working towards.
Okay, maybe have one more question if someone has one. Okay. Thank you, Marina. That was great.
Jack's put a comment in there, Vivek.
Sorry, what's that?
A question.
Jack Toyo has put a comment in there as well.
Let me pull up the chat here.
That I think needs addressing.
Yeah, so we're gonna thanks, Shaq. We're gonna have a broader discussion at the end. So the questions right now are directed toward the speakers. Vivian, did you have a
yes.
question?
I have a question. I was wondering that you left urbanicity undefined. So it's a bit of a black box. I mean, what do we mean by urbanicity? I mean, which aspect of it are the people confronting?
Yeah, and that is, so I was really thrilled to hear the talks before me discuss all of the ways in which lifestyle has been changing over time for the Orang Asli, because you bring up exactly kind of the root of this study is, what do we mean by lifestyle change and by urbanicity? Because it is so multifaceted, and it's really driven by the local politics. And so that it can, it looks different, across the country. These changes happen differently. They manifest differently in different communities. And so it is challenging to kind of apply, a broad definition. And so that is where we wanted to try to disentangle this by using detailed survey data to ask about people's, lived experiences and try to quantify it. But honestly, I'm with you. I think we can try to break this. I think the best approach is to try to break it down into these kind of more specific features of lifestyle, like just focusing on specific aspects of diet, just focusing on mobility and transportation, things like that. But yeah, the whole is extremely complex. So that is part of the reason why that is really the major reason why I kind of left it open-ended, because, and I'm very open to hearing thoughts on it, on what that definition should be.
If I may refer to the previous speaker, the use of the mobile phone, for example. You can still be a hunter-gatherer, but you may be using the mobile phone. I myself am using the mobile phone to contact the orang lawat who are in some, rarely visited areas. And so the use of the mobile phone is definitely an aspect that you should consider.
No, thank you. And that is something that that we have in some of these scales. So because that's exactly kind of the purpose behind doing this, because we have people living traditional hunter-gatherer lifestyles, and yet they have a mobile phone, so they have access to the internet and to all of this information, and so they're essentially becoming acculturated in at least some manner, and that is where previous studies that have relied on kind of categorization, it's like, how do you categorize that person? They are living a traditional lifestyle, and yet they are clearly transitioning in some facets to being acculturated and kind of westernized, for lack of a more precise word. And so that's where, trying to create and distill down these scales was the goal. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, and actually Ian just put in the the chat here the exact things that go into that index, which is what a lot of people are talking about. Ivan, if you can ask a quick question, you can go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, and this follows up on Vivian's question. Unfortunately, I missed virtually all of Light Up Po's talk because I had teaching obligations and things. I did hear that you were talking about Batek urbanization. I'd love to know very quickly what you meant by that, because I don't understand how the word urbanization affects the Batek. I mean, they don't live in towns. They might live in villages, but I think we need to be quite careful with our conceptual vocabulary, because urbanization actually means something quite specific. And I'm not sure that, well, I haven't seen any evidence in all my time working the Batek of urbanization. So I'd love to hear some clarification about that.
I didn't use the word urbanization at all. I said that these are forest people who exist within the shadow of the state, but I didn't say that they are urbanized.
Okay, thanks very much, Chapo. Like I said, I missed what you said. I just got on at the very last minute. Thanks.
And here, I will just clarify that we use the term urbanization to mean this specific score that captures the built environment. So really looking at the materials that people have used to build their houses, whether their communities have electricity, and the infrastructure for sewage, things like that. Whereas, the lifestyle change is, I think, a broader term that can capture acculturation, movement to urban centers, things like that. So I completely agree that the need to be specific in our language. And so later in the talk, I focused on the urbanicity metric of the built environment, simply because that was the one that was best predictive of cardiometabolic health.
Okay, thank you so much again. Okay, our next speaker is Ian Wallace, based at the University of New Mexico, and he'll be talking about our research on osteoarthritis. Go ahead, Ian.
Alrighty, thanks very much. Yeah, I would just wanted to add one thing in response to what Ivan said. The BOTEC would be on kind of on the more unurbanized end of the spectrum of the urbanicity index. So not all of the groups. That's kind of the idea of having the index, is that different groups kind of fall, or different communities fall along kind of different ends of that spectrum. So.
I'm sorry,
today
Ian.
I just wanted to.
Ian.
So thanks. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, Ian. We can only see a very tiny slide with your shared screen.
Oh, okay. Does that change it?
Yeah, there you go. Thanks.
Okay. All right, thanks. Yeah. So thanks very much. I'm going to kind of talk about another aspect of health that we've been studying a lot in the Orang-Asli Health and Lifeways Project, and that is the effect of lifestyle change. We can say urbanization or industrialization on risk of osteoarthritis. Um, and osteoarthritis is an extremely common disease. It's in the world, it is the most prevalent joint disease, and it's a leading cause of chronic pain and disability in the world today. And yet its causes are relatively poorly understood and poorly known. Knees are the most commonly affected joints by osteoarthritis. And while many different tissues of the joint are affected by osteoarthritis, the hallmark of the disease is really the breakdown of articular cartilage, which can eventually lead to bone-on-bone contact. And the reason why we're studying osteoarthritis among Orang Asli is really kind of rooted in some prior research that I've conducted that has kind of changed people's views about what the causes of osteoarthritis might be. So the traditional way of thinking about osteoarthritis is that it's a wear and tear disease, that basically people just, the more physically active they are, the more they're kind of placing mechanical loads on their joints, and they're literally just wearing out their joint tissues. And the way in this common or traditional way of thinking about this, physical activity is bad for your joints, and so is living long. So the reason why people are at higher risk of osteoarthritis when they get older is they just have more time to load their joints and accumulate wear and tear. So people view osteoarthritis as just kind of an inevitable consequence of getting older. But we on this project suspect that that is not the case. And instead, based on some recent evidence, including preliminary evidence that I'll share with you from Orang Asli, we don't think that osteoarthritis is an inevitable consequence of getting older, but instead it represents what we might call a mismatch disease, a disease. Mismatched diseases are diseases that are more common and or severe today than they were in the past because our bodies are poorly or inadequately adapted to new environmental conditions, new lifestyle conditions in particular. And there's a lot of different diseases out there that are hypothesized to be mismatched diseases, diseases that are bigger problem today than in the past because of lifestyle change. There's some ones that people don't really debate about, like type 2 diabetes or something like that. But we are kind of the first to propose that osteoarthritis might actually fall under this category, that lifestyle change might be increasing the prevalence of osteoarthritis. And how do we go about assessing whether something is or is not a mismatched disease? Well, fundamentally, there are really two kind of key criteria. One is that the disease it's likely to be a mismatched disease if that disease is more common today than it was in the past. In other words, it's more common in this new novel environment than in the ancestral environment. And second, that the disease must be attributable to some sort of environmental factor or usually multiple environmental factors that are recent. So what can we say about osteoarthritis? Let me just kind of tell you a little bit about the research that led to the hypotheses that we're testing with Orang Asli. And let's start with this first criterion, that it is more common today than in the past. One thing I do want to emphasize before showing evidence that it's more common today than in the past is that it is almost certainly the case that there was never a period in time when osteoarthritis didn't exist at all. It is an old disease that probably has existed since we've been human. And we know this from some really, really old cases in the fossil record of osteoarthritis in Neanderthals and in early modern humans. So it's not the case that that there was a time when it didn't exist. But there does seem to be evidence that it has increased in prevalence over time, pretty dramatically. And this was first shown in a paper. This was actually the first paper I ever published on this subject, where in the United States, I went around and looked at all the skeletal collections that I could of skeletons in museums and universities from really three different time periods. Time periods like prehistoric hunter-gatherers and early farmers, the early industrial era, and the kind of modern post-industrial era 21st century. All the people that I looked at, all these skeletons, they were people who were aged 50 years and older. And what we found, and I should mention for the early industrial and the post-industrial, we knew their exact age at death because these were in the documented records. We diagnosed it based on this polish that develops on bone surfaces when bones crush against each other. So this is a telltale sign of osteoarthritis. And what we found is that among these individuals aged 50 years and older, knee osteoarthritis prevalence was twice as high today as it was in the past. And this was this was also the case when we looked at just the people that we knew their exact ages from the early industrial era and the post-industrial era. At any given age, prevalence was twice as high today as it was in the past. So this implies to us that this is not just a disease that is common today because people are living longer. Things are changing about our lifestyles that are increasing the prevalence of this disease. I should say that there's other evidence from more recent studies, for example, that the global burden of osteoarthritis has increased by greater than 100% in the last 3 decades. So this seems to be a global phenomenon that this disease is increasing. So that's the first criterion. I think we can say that there's some support for it, that it's more common than in the past. What about the second criterion, that it must be attributable to environmental variables? Well, again, I want to make one caveat here, and just like I said that there was probably never a time when this disease didn't exist, I also want to acknowledge that there are some risk factors for this disease that have likely always existed, like an injury, for example. So injuries are a common cause of osteoarthritis. And this is likely always been the case. A hint of this comes from this study that I just mentioned of the skeletal collections that show in prehistoric times people tended to have osteoarthritis in only one knee as opposed to 2 knees, and that is that difference is something that you see a lot today. Having osteoarthritis in one knee is usually the outcome of an injury. So this change over time from the frequency of 1 knee versus 2 knees implies to me that in the past it was probably mostly injury that was leading to this disease. But what are the new environmental factors that are important here? This is a study from this is from a paper that some of my colleagues and I published, hypothesizing different things that could be responsible for this increase. For those of you familiar with some of the risk factors for this disease, some of this might not be surprising to you. A high body mass index, obesogenic diets, things like processed foods, sugar, etc. Chronic inflammation. What might be more surprising to you is this idea of that physical inactivity could be a cause of this disease. This is surprising, right? Because as I said, the traditional way of thinking about this is that physical activity is bad. And so we're proposing maybe the opposite, that decreases in activity are actually a problem. And to start talking about this, I just want to the evidence for this. I want to briefly tell you about a little research that I did before starting to work with the Orang Asli that really kind of provided some of the ideas that we're trying to test with the work that we're doing in Orang Asli. So before working in Malaysia, I worked in northwestern Mexico among an indigenous Native American group called the Tarahumara. The Tarahumara are traditionally subsistence farmers who mostly grow maize and beans and squash. Almost nobody uses mechanized farming equipment. Few people have cars. Until very recently, very few people had a connection with the market economy. These are all traits that you all are familiar with. But lifestyles among the Tarahumara, just as they have among the Orang Asli, have been changing in recent decades, particularly among Tarahumara who live closer to cities and more urbanized areas where they have easier access to the market economy. And as a result of this exposure to the market economy, Tarahumara diets have been shifting to include a lot of non-traditional foods. Interestingly, despite these changes in diets, physical activity levels remain very high among Tarahumara because of this like subsistence-based way of life. These are just some data that we collected showing that on average, Tarahumara men are walking, greater than 15,000 steps per day, which is really impressive. despite the high levels of activity, the cardiometabolic health has changed over time. And you can see this by increasing weight, increasing body mass index, and increasing waist size in the 2010s versus 50 years ago. And so we were wondering also how is this lifestyle changing affecting knee osteoarthritis? So we collected radiographs. In this case, we had to do it in a clinic. In our own study in Malaysia, we have a fancy portable X-ray machine, so we don't have to bring people to a clinic. But here we collected X-rays in a clinic, and we compared them to X-rays that were collected in an identical way in the United States in a town called Framingham near Boston. And here's a comparison of body mass index and abdomen or waist size among the Tarahumara versus Framingham. Clearly, and perhaps not surprisingly, average BMI is lower among the Tarahumara, but there are plenty of people who are in this overweight or obese range. And the graph on the right here clearly shows that for a given body weight, Tarahumara actually have larger waist sizes for their body weight. So how is this affecting their risk of knee osteoarthritis? Well, among the Tarahumara and people in the United States, greater BMI is associated with a greater probability of getting knee osteoarthritis. Interestingly, as this graph on the right shows, in a regression model controlling for body weight, we actually see that abdomen size among the Tarahumara has a greater effect on knee osteoarthritis risk. And I can try to explain why I think that is the case if you're curious. But in other words, this large waist size is clearly having an effect on risk of osteoarthritis in this group. So why is that the case? Well, we think it's related to systemic inflammation. We think it's related to the inflammation that is generated by fat tissue in the body. It dumps out cytokines into our bloodstream and creates inflammation throughout our body, which can damage our joints and weaken our joints. This is a relationship between abdomen size and a marker of inflammation called C-reactive protein. And you can see with larger waist size equals more systemic inflammation. All right, I'm going to kind of skip through some of this stuff here, but I just there's a lot to say, and I'm realizing that maybe not all of this is totally interesting to the audience here. But I'll get to the Orang Asli as quickly as possible. I do say one thing about the physical inactivity, though. That physical inactivity is probably not entirely preventative of osteoarthritis, and we know that from the Tarahumara. Like I said, the Tarahumara are remaining relatively physically active, but that doesn't seem to completely prevent them from getting osteoarthritis. So it's not protective against osteoarthritis, at least in the context of this having a higher BMI or systemic inflammation. But I have done work, lots of experimental work, showing that with animal models, physical activity is actually good for our joints. This is data from a guinea pig study that I did years ago, showing that guinea pigs, if they're left to run around a room free versus ones that are left in a cage, ones that get to run around the room are actually much less likely to develop knee osteoarthritis or to have less deterioration in their joints than the sedentary ones. So this is experimental evidence, at least supporting the idea that physical activity is not bad per se for joints. I'll just note that wild guinea pigs don't have knee osteoarthritis, so maybe it's kind of a mismatched disease for guinea pigs too. How might physical inactivity be promoting osteoarthritis? I'll just leave you with two possible ideas. One is that it may promote growth of weaker and more unstable joints that are less resistant to osteoarthritis. So the idea here is that if you're physically active when you're growing up, maybe you just develop stronger joint tissues, thicker knee cartilage, stronger muscles, and then your knees or your other joints are more resistant to becoming damaged or diseased later on in life. And also it could help with preventing the accumulation of excess body weight, as well as like preventing chronic systemic inflammation. So I'm going to skip past a few slides here and kind of get to a point that I just want to make. Is osteoarthritis a mismatched disease? Probably. And there's multiple lines of evidence suggesting this. But this leads us to the Orang-Asli. As Marina mentioned, one of the things from a scientific standpoint that is really unique about Orang-Asli is that you have a relatively a very wide range of lifestyles in a relatively small geographic area among this group of people, which provides a really unique opportunity to study the effects of lifestyle variation, lifestyle change on disease risk. So this leads us to the Orang-Asli osteoarthritis study, or my favorite title for a scientific study ever, the OAOA study, which is a division of the Orang-Asli Health and Life Ways Project. Thanks to Chuck for this beautiful logo that he created. And as we know, there, like I just said, there's all this variation that exists among Orang-Asli groups. Even traditionally, you have 17, at least 17 ethno-linguistic groups, but there is this lifestyle change that's taking place that we've just mentioned. And then you have what Marina was just describing is like, whether you want to call this urbanicity or there's different ways of quantifying this, we have this variation from, we'll just say, like kind of traditional to less traditional. Um, and 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 we're studying the effects of this variation on lifestyle change. We do a lot of things, collect interviews, blood and other biospecimens, anthropometric measurements, different physiological types. We also use accelerometry to measure physical activity levels. And then finally, since 2022, like I mentioned, we've been using this mobile X-ray system to capture X-rays of people's knees and hands in order to study osteoarthritis. So what have we found so far? Here is a plot of the probability of having knee osteoarthritis diagnosed from the X-rays, plotted against what Marina just referred to as the urbanicity index or the industrialization index. That's what we can call it, either thing. And you can conceptualize this as like a spectrum from, like, you know, the most kind of traditional remote living hunter-gatherer type groups to the most urban industrial. So this is kind of just conceptually what this index is supposed to represent here. And you can see that at any given age, whether it's 40 years old, 60 years old, or 80 years old, the risk of having knee osteoarthritis increases along this industrialization index, implying that the further somebody is to the right of this index, the more urbanized industrial of a lifestyle they're living, the higher risk they are of experiencing knee osteoarthritis. So thinking about why this might be the case, I'm saying transitioning away from hunting and gathering here. I'm really just mean that kind of movement from the left end of the that graph over to the right end of the graph. This industrialization index or urbanicity index is associated with lifestyle changes or physiological changes that we would expect to be associated with risk of osteoarthritis. These graphs here, on the left indicates that more amounts. This is showing in part what Marina was just showing. The higher the industrialization index, the higher BMI tends to be, or waist size, or percent body fat, and the lower the lower the average daily step count is, the average daily physical activity levels measured through accelerometry. So again, you know, those are thought to be risk factors, or we propose that those are risk factors for osteoarthritis. And then on the right here are these three different what we call biomarkers for measures of systemic inflammation. So again, that like inflammation throughout the body that we think weakens tissues. This is one that I mentioned, C-reactive protein. Leptin is another one that's produced by fat cells. And this other one, LBP, it's called lipopolysaccharide binding protein. Again, it's a biomarker of systemic inflammation. So this industrialization index is also related to the risk factors that we think exist for osteoarthritis. And maybe not surprisingly, we see a relationship between systemic inflammation and the risk of knee osteoarthritis. So the greater the C-reactive protein levels are, the greater the risk of systemic or the risk of knee osteoarthritis. And same for leptin, and same for this other one as well. So this is really kind of tying together, like bringing these data together. I think that what we see is really clear evidence that osteoarthritis does seem to be a mismatch disease, and that we're accumulating what I would consider to be the really first solid evidence for this among the Oring-Asli, tying together data from different types of data from the Oring-Asli Health and Lifeways project. Okay, I'll leave it there. This is a huge project that has required that is ongoing and requires work by many people and collaboration with many people. I want to acknowledge Marina mentioned that over the last few years, OA Help has been working closely with the Malaysian Red Crescent. I want to acknowledge that in the last year, a lot of the medical care that has been provided at our clinics has actually been provided by a mobile clinic team from Hospital Oring-Asli Gombak. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. Shaq had a question. I think this is important to address. I know you have a lot of thoughts on this. How do these research findings benefit Oring-Asli?
Yeah, so one of the challenges, this is actually a challenge with osteoarthritis in general, because there is no cure for the disease, and there is no cure for the disease in part because we still don't understand what causes it. So this would be an example of the research that we're doing on, to be candid, this would be an example of research on Oring-Asli that does not have an obvious direct benefit, which is why the research goes on in the context of other things that we do hope provide other benefits for the community. That's a frank answer to that question. Because we don't know exactly, aside from getting a knee replacement surgery, there is no cure for osteoarthritis, in part because it is still poorly understood.
Okay, thanks for that. I think perhaps worth pointing out, though, that we all use our bodies on a daily basis, and if this is something that is going to become a increasing trend, it's important to know kind of why it exists. So I think that's actually a very important benefit of the research you're leading in. Ivan.
Yeah, well, I guess actually the research could be beneficial in the way if it can be used as an argument against resettlement, against kind of forced resettlement, deforestation, by demonstrating advantages of the kind of lifestyles afforded, more traditional lifestyles afforded, if you can make a strong argument to the Malaysian government, Jaguar, etc.
Yeah, well, yeah. So I was thinking about this kind of about the osteoarthritis research specifically, but you're right that like this type of research, along with what Marina was pointing out, is that this is part of a broader pattern of health changes that take place with lifestyle change. And yes, one of the kind of take home points of like the osteoarthritis research is that prevention might be the only way of actually combating this disease. If treatment is not really a possibility, or a cure doesn't exist, then prevention is probably the number one a very promising approach. And how do you prevent something? You avoid the lifestyle factors that are leading to increased risk. So certainly, yes, I agree with you there that this definitely kind of adds to a bigger picture of how lifestyle change is having negative consequences for health.
I
Among
think,
societies
yeah,
around the world. Yeah. Yep.
all right, yeah. Ivan pointing the good direction where you can use that as argument to stop deforestation and force relocation of the indigenous people, and rightfully, I think we need to address the the land right issues, like how get the government to recognize the customary land right of indigenous people. I think maybe you can publish it in the as article and can I know can push the government to stop um all this activity that really doesn't benefit the community of indigenous people. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, me in my little nerdy office here thinking about osteoarthritis. Well, this is a disease that I think a lot about and do research on. The bigger picture here, the bigger motivation is definitely about things like you're bringing up, Chuck, is that, that this isn't an issue, or it's less of an issue if there weren't these external forces. And so we can, by focusing in on like the mechanisms of it involved in disease, that might be important for understanding like how to prevent diseases, but understanding the big picture drivers of all of this is equally, if not, significantly more important than I totally agree.
Did you, in your study, separate out different groups or different degrees of contact with urbanized lifestyles?
Yeah, so again, we're right now what we're doing is that the data that I was just showing was using this index, or this range of this scale of like from least urbanized to most urbanized. That scale does not take into account, it doesn't account for uh group, and I for the purposes of those graphs, I don't think that that's a problem. But one thing that is true is that you end up seeing, like, if you were to plot out along that scale where different groups lie, like we were saying before, you'd see that like the Batek are towards the left, right? And then you have other groups that are more towards the more urbanized. So it doesn't necessarily statistically control for that, but yeah, that's something that we need to think a little bit more about, is that the lifestyle variation and the group, the ethno-linguistic group that people belong to, are not really independent. They're highly correlated.
Because, I just been with Batik and I've been observing them, and they are in their, 70s or so, and they're still squatting down with all the grace of a 16-year-old. So it's very difficult. Uh,
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe this is something that Chuck can kind of comment on too. I mean, one of the things that I think is important about this disease is that it has very severe symptoms, right? It can lead to massive pain and massive disability, and those are things that matter to people, right? And so if you didn't have pain, whether or not you had osteoarthritis probably wouldn't matter to you. But we're talking about a disease that could significantly lead to a lot of hardship and disability. And I would think that, those are things that matter to people. And as you say, yeah, people in the forest can live to pretty old ages and maintain quite a bit of functionality, which is not the case for people living every lifestyle.
Okay, thanks very much. So we're only about an hour behind schedule, which is not too bad. Better than I expected. So I am the last talk, so I'm going to give my talk, and then I'll try and be quick, and then we'll open up the floor to discussion. And I think we're already seeing a lot of really good themes emerge. So let me just quickly go ahead and share this. All right, so this is a project about a group called the Batek Nong that Kirk Endicott and I have been working on, and it's entitled Continuity and Change from 1913 to 2024. And my starting slide here on the left, you see pictures of the Batek Nong from the 1970s, and then here today. Okay, so of course we're focused on the Batek here. This is a group among whom I did my PhD research, and most of what we know about the Batek comes from one of the dialect groups that many of you will be familiar with. This is the group right around and in Taman Negara called the Batek De. There is also one other group that is less well known on the western end of Taman Negara called the Batek Tanim or Mintil or Maya. And many people in this room, Kirk, Tukpo, Alice, Ivan, have worked with populations in and around Taman Negara, produced some fantastic work describing their way of life. But there is also one other Batek group that is less well known, and they're called the Batek Nong. And what's interesting is that they are geographically separated from other Bateks. So you see this discontinuity here. And of course, until recent times, this would all have been a forest. And so this group is pretty poorly described. And that's kind of the focus of my talk today. This is kind of a brief ethnohistory. So we want to know who are the Batek Nong, how are they related to other Batek, what makes them distinct, and because there isn't much work on them, we'd like to know what is their sort of current situation, what are their health issues, other kinds of issues they might face. Now, one benefit of studying the Batek Nong is that reports of this group go back quite far. So as early as 1913, there were written reports about them that are relatively detailed. And this continued in the mid-20s, and then Kirk visited the group for a few days in 1972. And as many of you know with Kirk, he takes excellent notes that are still very usable. Here we are 50 plus years later. In the past few years, in conjunction with the Orang Asli Health and Lifeways Project, I've gone back and also met with Batek Nong. We've run clinics in these with these groups. Sorry, there's two villages now, as you'll see. So let me just walk through this. So Ivor Evans, who is a prominent ethnographer of Malaysia, conducted the first work with the Batek Nong, and there's basically two short papers that you can find by Evans about this. And so this was September, October 1913, and then this one was a few years later in 1925, and he talks about these what he calls two divisions of Pangans living on the Cheka. So it's not far from Lipis. One about its headwaters and other not far from its mouth. Okay, so this is the first report. And if you look at a map of where Evans went in 1913 and 1925, this is what it looks like. So just for reference, we have Kuala Lipis up here on the left, and then we have the July River right here, and then the Tembling and the July meet to become the Pahang River, and then Jerantut is down here. So this is actually still a relatively rural area, except for these town centers. There's still a decent amount of forest right here and right here as well. Back in Evans' day, of course, it would have been heavily forested. And these are the three places that he went. So this is the mouth of the Cheka, the headwaters, and then in 1925, he was over here at a place called Juransang. There's no Batek there anymore, as I will tell you. Here are some pictures from these reports. So you can see people living relatively traditional lifestyle, blowpipes, loincloths, and so on. And this would have been, Kuala Cheka near Tembling, Pahang. He noticed face tattooing at this time. Oh, and by the way, Pangan it's basically a term of insult. Even the people back then recognized that, but that's what people use talking about them. But the Batek preferred to be called Batek at that time. But just so you're aware of what the term Pangan is. And then here are some patterns of women's rattan girdles. So he described their kind of situation, the environment, their economy, a little bit about their material culture, um, rituals, beliefs, and so on. And this is from the 1925 visit where there was a gravesite that he photographed, and then living in a lean-to. Again, this is at Jiransang, which is now a very small Malay village, just like 2 or 3 houses. No more Batek there. So to summarize what Evans found, and this is a very superficial summary, he found what he called 2 divisions of Pangan on the Cheka, one near the mouth, one near the headwaters. Overall, though, there was very low population size. There were just a few families in each group. So we have a picture of kind of dispersed groups living across a landscape. There was a focus on both hunting and gathering, but also the collection of jungle produce and rattan and wild rubber in particular. And what's very interesting is that Evan says they had to a certain extent abandoned their wandering life and had taken slightly to agriculture. And this is in distinction to what ethnographers back then had referred to as wild Sakai. This would be like how the Batek would have been living in Tamanagara, the area that became Tamanagara during that time. Basically saying that this kind of Batek group was a little bit more settled, even back in 1913. And interestingly, he mentions their political subordination to 2 Malay men who are actually from Sumatra. And he observed this in 1913, but not in 1925. And so they called them masters or protectors. And then those men in turn said that they owned the Batek. And even these guys actually tried to get the Batek to not talk to Evans because it got in the way of the work. So there was some kind of relationship going on there that was there in 1913, apparently not in 1925. But they had kind of economic control over the Batek. This was a time, of course, when there was still concerns about slave raiding. So to a certain extent, they could genuinely have been protecting them, so to speak, in some kind of way. But it was clearly a very dynamic time. Oops, sorry. Now, in 1924, Paul Shabesta, who you'll be familiar with as having worked among the Jahai, publishing this book, Among the Forest Dwarves of Malaya, also paid a brief visit. He talked about this in his book, about the name of the tribe being Nong. He described them as the most southerly Negritos in the peninsula. Shabessa, of course, would have known how to speak Jahai, so he spoke to them in Jahai, and he said he was understood fairly well. So that tells us something interesting. And at that time, again, similar to Evan's second visit, there was no observation of them being under the control of these Malay quote unquote masters. So again, pretty dynamic time. Okay, fast forward almost 50 years, and Kirk Endicott, who was just starting his work in Kelantan with the Batek, paid a brief visit to this area, and I've highlighted the places that Kirk went, a few camps. Kirk also carried maps with him, so he wrote very detailed locations of where he was, who he was with. And you can see here, this is Batu Balai, now a pretty small Malay village. This goes to Damak and then over toward Jeren to the right. So even back then, there were some estates for oil palm and rubber popping up. These are pictures of Kirk's. We have some nice pictures he took. You can see the raised bamboo housing, thatch roofs, intact forest around them. We can see, again, relatively traditional dress. More pictures of the houses. These are people hanging out, working with the rattan they had gathered that would then be sold. There was a heavy focus on rattan during this time. This man here is bundling up some rattan, and the man on the right here is stirring some poison. So they were engaged in quite a bit of hunting and gathering as well back then. Now we know the environment was quite intact in part by Kirk's report. So a tiger came by while he was there, and so here's his note saying, "They say the tiger that came up the road last night, we saw the tracks, is not harmful." So this is a tiger they were familiar with and didn't have much of a problem with apparently. But of course there would have needed to be intact forest at that time. I won't talk much about this, but Kirk also worked on kinship, collecting family and reproductive histories. And as you'll see, when I went back, I was able to use some of these notes to meet and identify people. Now, I'm no expert on the language, but this is a very interesting situation where Batek Nong shares 58% of cognate terms with Batek Maya, 53% with Batek De. The interpretation that has typically been given for this, and this is by folks like Jeffrey Benjamin and Kirk, and I'll allow you guys to chime in if I get this wrong. But this means that much of the vocabulary is unique. So there is a sort of deep shared ancestry, but then that was followed by a subsequent independent evolution. And when Jeffrey made this dendrogram of these languages showing similarity, we see that here that Maya Mintil Tanum is closer to Batek De than either are to Batek Nong. So this would again suggest kind of a deeper ancestry. So to summarize Kirk's visit, people were still living in these small dispersed groups across the landscape. Very mixed economy, focused on the rattan trade. No Malay masters, as we saw 50 years earlier, again, potentially suggesting changes in relation to risk of slave raiding. Relatively intact environment. Kirk didn't see any domestic animals. There was one dog that ate garbage, but as you'll see in a minute, that has now changed. He also did not see any body painting or tattooing. So again, a lot of change in these 50 years. At this time, they were already interacting frequently with the Department of Aborigines, which is what it was called at the time. Getting food, making arrangements, and so on. Of course, Lipis and Gerontit were not far away, and those were towns back then, of course. And interestingly, no one in these groups had yet entered Islam. So Kirk collected a bunch of information on their religion. Okay, fast forwarding to my work there. So as I said, with the Orang Asli Health and Lifeways project, we ran clinics at these places. And I've also made some of my own visits to go and talk with people. These are really delightful places to go. The people are so nice and friendly and welcoming. So I thank them for that and the information they shared. The situation now is that there's two permanently settled villages. One is called Temintong, and the other is in Batu Balai, but it's called Berjuang. And what I did was I carried all of Kirk's notes with me, and I read them carefully, and I was able to kind of go through them and cross-check very specific information about their economy, social organization, religion, vocabulary, and so on. And I'm only going to share a very small snippet of that. Because Kirk took such good notes, including about where he was, we were also able to go back and look at the exact places that he visited. So this is just one quick example of one of his informants that lived off of the road right here. And we were able to find this exact spot. And this is the spot right here. So it's just a road through an oil palm plantation, nothing spectacular to see now. A nice view of some of the forest in the distance. And there's like it seemed like a somewhat defunct kind of oil palm processing area where they dump all the fruits into the truck. So that's where it is now. But this is, I mean, it was really cool to me that I knew that Kirk was in this exact spot with Batek 52 years ago. Okay, what's the situation? Population sizes have increased. So this is Temantong. We see a big mix of stone houses, wood houses. These are all built by Jacoa recently and deeper in the past. 200 plus people, roughly 40 families or so. Um, this group was converted to Islam in mass kind of back in 1985. And when I was talking with people, they use a phrase a lot to describe themselves. Sudah maju, like already, we've already become sophisticated. They sort of kept saying this over and over, and they even kind of drew distinction with other Batek that they, by implication, were seeing um, as not. So they were proud of the fact that they own their own rubber, that they worked wage labor. There's only a little bit of forest product work going on in this area, and certainly not as much rattan work as we saw in the past. A lot of domestic animals in these villages that they use for their own food as well as for sale. Um, Interestingly, there's a lot of in-marriage from other Orang Asli groups, but no Batek Day. And in fact, when I tried to ask about whether they have any interaction with folks in Tamanagara, there's virtually none, as far as I can tell. Not that that tells the whole story, but it was kind of striking that no one is married in. They also refer to themselves as Batek Jahai at one point, which is kind of interesting. Um, we documented rather poor health among these groups. In part, crowding is an issue. So in these stone houses, I was told that 3 to 5 families might live in one stone house, right? These are originally designated for entire families. So there's crowding issues, sanitation issues. Um, and when I ask what people do, it's mostly men working wage labor and in the rubber. And they say that the women are mostly dudu rumah, right? They're sort of staying home. And so this kind of ties in a little bit with what Marina was saying about this kind of gender-based health responses to urbanized lifestyles. Now in the south, there's a place called Berjuang. So we visited that this year. Just ran a clinic a few months ago. This has about 120 people, 30 plus families. They converted to Islam a little bit later. And by the way, each of these villages has a nice mosque. It's probably the nicest building in the village. Um, their economy seemed more or less the same as the other place, as Temantong. Health issues, same thing, 3 to 5 families uh, per house. They've requested for more houses, but that request was not granted apparently. And the same situation with people marrying in, but again, no Batek Day. There is some forest nearby here. It's not great, they say, but if you walk about an hour, you can catch big fish in a forest. So each of these places does have some forest within 30 minutes to an hour, which is not super close, but it is something. Basically, very similar culturally to Temantong, and they refer to themselves as one family. This is a picture of me at Temantong pointing southward. This is the Cheka right here. It seems like it's a pretty badly polluted river at this point. We knew that even back in Kirk's time, you were catching a lot of fish from there. So it's not a great situation now. And a little bit more about the ethno-history. So like, where did these groups come from? What was going on over the past 70 to 80 years? When I talked to people at Temantong, they basically told me um, that they had lived at the mouth of the Cheka as recently as the 1950s. And in fact, some of the older people said they were born at a place called Kampung Mela, which is a Malay village right at the mouth of the Cheka as it goes into the July River. And they even told me exactly where. So I drove 10 minutes away and they said, look for the water treatment plant. I found the water treatment plant and it's perched just above the river, not far from the mouth of the Cheka. You can imagine it would be a very desirable place to live because you're high above the river, but still very close to it. And this would be what the walk is down. So basically, they were saying uh, in the 40s and 50s, Batek lived here. As that kampung expanded, uh, they basically left. And for a time in the 60s, they said their camp moved about, this is like a 5 or 10 minute drive away to Bukit Jaras, which is just this hill nearby, and they said we had a camp at the base of this hill. And then about 10 years later, we moved to the current place that's at Temintong. So this isn't the history of just one single group of people. There was probably bands of people, aggregations moving around the landscape, but this was at least part of what was going on, and it kind of confirms that they were occupying the mouth of the Cheka going pretty far back. So the story that we've seen so far, and again, this is very superficial. Kirk and I have a large paper that is in the works on this. We see population expansion. So Kirk estimated that the total population was about 180 of Batek Nong. It's probably about double that now, if not more. I don't have great numbers on that yet. But at the same time that there's expansion, there's also consolidation. So you go from these small dispersed groups across the landscape, which has now been almost entirely deforested in this area right around the Cheka, to these two permanent settlements that seem to be very similar, and they seem to share significant links. Again, they refer to themselves as one family. So this suggests that these kind of two distinct divisions observed by Evans was just him looking at two small dispersed groups. This is my tentative conclusion. I think we can do more kinship and ethnohistory to verify this, but I think that's what's going on. Of course, entrance into the wage labor economy, they own their own oil palm and rubber. Use of the forest is less common. So my experience has also been with the Batek Day. So it was interesting to talk to them in Batek, which worked just fine. But there's a lot of aspects of Batek culture that people didn't seem to know about anymore, or do. For example, there was no evident use of technonyms. So you say like mother of X or father of X, right? Like a Lucien would be Ivan. When I asked them about this, they almost had no idea what I was talking about. So they haven't done this in a while, even though they did in the 70s. I also asked about aspects of religion and so on, and they either didn't know or were hesitant to talk about it because they had already converted. That being said, I took Kirk's word lists and I looked at, I asked them the Malay words, and I said, like, do you have your own word for so and so? And almost entirely all the kids were able to generate the word in Batek Nong. So that shows that they're still speaking the language. And because of that expansion, I think it's relatively promising that at least that aspect of their culture is being preserved. Like I said, we ran 2 health clinics there. I won't show the data here, but basically the picture is not great. Of any Orang Asli village that we have worked at, and we have worked with almost 1,500 people now, we see some of the poorest health metrics at these villages, right? So they've kind of entered the wage labor economy, but there's a lot of issues there around sanitation, like I said, overcrowding, um, uh, access to food, probably low levels of physical activity that's happening on a gendered basis, as well as discrimination. So there's real healthcare barriers. So people said they don't like to go to the local clinics because they're kind of looked down upon by healthcare practitioners there. This is, of course, part of the goal of OA Help is to go places like this. But these are things that I think we need to address in the future. Okay, that's what I have. That's a picture of the Batek No. Like I said, it's a very brief summary of it, but I think we've kind of pieced together observations going back 100 years to put together a better picture of who these folks are. So I will stop sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Takpo, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about Batik Dek and Batik Nong, it's confirmed from Batik Dek. I mean, from my side of the ethnographic boundary, they don't have any contact with them.
Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, that's good to know. I wasn't sure if I was just talking to the wrong people. Can you say more? How do they identify versus, yeah.
I mean, they know that they are Batik Nong. They say they cannot really understand them. They can a little bit, but not much. And but they don't socialize to them as you would expect. So I think that's about all I know about Batik Nong.
Okay. Have you ever been able to go and visit? Just out of curiosity.
For some reason, I've never been to Batik Nong.
Yeah.
You know how you get really, really intense on one area. So I've
Yeah,
only
for
been
sure. Okay.
and Batik Nong. In fact, I haven't even seen Batik Nong. They don't come up to visit the people in where I've worked.
Right, right. Yeah. I can take one or two other questions if there are any before moving to the more general discussion.
Which other Orang Asli groups did they interact with more?
So there were people in the village. So it's always, and I feel like this is a common pattern of outsider men marrying in, right? So they were Jakun, Samai, Temiar, even a Jahai person, I believe, Samak Berry, Che Wang. Those are the ones off the top of my head. It was quite diverse, which makes it all the more striking that one of the most geographically close groups is not coming in. So it shows that something about identity is kind of at work there, I believe.
I remember in Kirk's religion book, he had, I think, some stories from the Batak Nong, and there was a lot of similarity with some of the Similai stories. So I felt like there must have been, down the line, contact or something like that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't hear anything about like people marrying in, but yeah, that's an interesting point. I don't know if Kirk or Jeffrey wants to chime in on anything. Since you two are some of the most.
Yeah, could I add something?
Sure. Yeah.
The term Pangan was in use back in the early 19th century as a derogatory term, mostly applied to what we call Negritos or Samang. And the Batak Nogan, even when Evans first visited them, seemed to know that there were such people, that is, like the Batak De, who were hunter-gatherers and were nomadic, and they looked down upon them. And they said that they had fur on their bodies and their noses were upside down, and they were out of contact with people outside. And you said that now the Batak Nogan talk about themselves as sophisticated, and they contrast themselves with the Batak De, who they've probably heard about. And so there's a prejudice there. And it's funny that the word Nogan actually means not, or and so what they were calling themselves in the 1960s and 70s was we're Batak but not Batak. And that's sort of their that's something that may lie behind the lack of interest in the Batak Nogan meeting up with Batak De behind the scene. Yeah.
Can I add to that? First of all, I used Kirk's vocabulary in my lexicostatistical classification, so I didn't, in fact, personally interview any Batak Nong. On these words, Pangan implies that they were eaters of raw food. It's etymologically related to makan. And in Malaysia Press, Asma has also pointed this out and corrected some dictionary definitions. This use of identifying people by a negative term, it's actually, I mean, Jahut means the people who say hut for no. Nyam, I think, is another term used, I think, for some Jakuns because they use nyam for no. It's not unknown for neighboring communities to pick up a very common word from their neighbors and use it to identify them, just like the Temias were once called ple Temia, because Temias often use the word ple as a expletive, and some of their neighbors picked this up. So that's quite a well-known phenomenon, in fact. I'm puzzled, however, by them calling themselves Orang Jahai. The Jahais are not near there. If Jahai means anything at all, it probably means ignorant in the sense of not Muslim. So I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know
interesting.
how that word got down there.
Yeah,
which
I
is
tried to probe a little bit, but I couldn't get a
yeah.
good answer, but thought it was interesting. Yeah, that's a
Uh,
good. Go ahead, Sakpo.
just
Yeah.
yeah, just now you said it's very common to find men from other groups married into the community. In fact, it's the reverse where I've seen it with the batik. So you have wives who are nowadays from Samai. Uh, I can't remember different groups, Samakburi and so on. But yeah, it's very rarely men who marry in. It's more wives who marry in.
Interesting. I feel like I've seen the opposite. But yeah, oh, that's interesting. Variability. I have to think more about that. Ivan?
Yeah, sorry I missed some of that. I had to go and pick up my son. I'll chat to you about it another time though, Vivek. I've mentioned this to you before in a private conversation, Vivek, but I kind of wonder how much, because of the conflicts, the slave raids that were going on in Batek communities, and we've got World War, we've got the emergency, this kind of separation of all these groups, Batek Non, Batek Day, Menrik, Jahai. We know when the groups mix, and Kirk's written a lot about this. They quickly, identify as members of the new group, etc. And I wonder if that kind of separation between some groups, we're talking about groups intermarrying, I got a feeling this was probably very common before the area got kind of cut up by railways, roads, plantations, etc. Batek Tanum say they moved all over the peninsula. And I remember I said to you, I think you disagree with this, but Hussein at Ering Lima said to me, I'll have to check my notes. His grandfather maybe was Batek Nong and his grandmother Jahai. I've just got a feeling there was probably much more contact between different groups before they were kind of classified off by anthropologists in the state and their lands kind of, transformed into plantation agriculture and maybe communities cut off from other ones by Malay villages and this whole history of violence. I wondered if anyone could comment on that. Maybe I'm completely wrong about that, but it'd be interesting to hear other people's thoughts.
Well, we know that populations of that kind certainly married, some of them at least, married at great distances because their kinship rules insisted that that's what they do. Whether that's true of Bateks, I'm not sure. I don't think it's quite as true of them as of, say, Kinsu, Jahai, and so on. This is something I've been working on for a long time, but there's an awful lot we don't know. I would like to say that this study is a very rare one, actually, of looking at a specific group in some detail with respect to locality over such a long period. I'm not sure we can do it for any other group, not for Temia's. Samai's a bit difficult, but Evans was there pretty early and he made some quite detailed notes on his locations and so on, as Shabesta did some 10 years later, of course.
I can add one answer for Jeffrey. The Batek De allow marriage with first cousins,
right? Yeah.
Whereas the Jahai and other hunter-gatherer groups don't. So
Yeah.
they have to reach out a bit further to find spouses. But even so, the tiny population and the randomness of gender ratios is sometimes leads people to have to go quite a ways to find a spouse. Young men sometimes will, a couple or three of them will go off to, say, from the Upper Labir, we'll go down to Kuala Tahan and see if there's any young ladies who might be interested in getting together with them. But probably, and then during the Second World War and all of the disruption that happened there, some of the Batek actually ended up over in Jahai country and in Temyar country. And one of the older women we knew actually had briefly been married to somebody in the Jahai area.
Yeah, there are quite significant differences in social organization across these populations, which have other consequences as well.
Yeah. Vivian, you have your hand up.
I want to. This is a question for Kirk. When you went to the Batik Nong, were they nomadic? And what was the pattern of nomadism?
No, this was 1972, I guess, and they weren't nomadic. They were in settlements. I'm trying to think whether to call them settlements or villages or something else, because they had built nice houses in a number of different places. There, it turns out there were probably at least 4 of them north of the road. I stayed for about a week in one of them, but I walked to another, and they were small. But it turns out that they were not terribly permanent either. As Vivek was saying, there was a lot of movement up around the mouth of the river, because as they kept getting crowded out by Malays. There were a lot of Malays living down there, and actually took over some of the land that had been designated by the Department of Aboriginal Affairs as Batek land. And so even between 1972 and 3, there was movement. And some of my former students from the University of Malaya did field work in 1973. And we're at the moment we're working on translating and incorporating those into our paper. And that shows that they were not nomadic. They weren't living in haya or lean-to shelters. They were establishing residence in places, but not necessarily staying for a long time.
Do we have any idea when they settled down into houses? Because Vivek mentioned that they have overcrowding. You have overcrowding because they are in houses.
Yeah, that's Vivek can tell you the dates on that. It's after I was there.
Yeah, so what we know about that is, well, so what I'll say is the 2 places that are sort of permanent settlements now, they've been used for a long time, as we might expect. So like the Temantong village, the actual location, Kirk documents in his time that there were a couple families living over there because it's on Temantong, which is a river. So that place was occupied, but it wasn't until about it's somewhere between the late 70s and mid 80s that became a sort of permanent village, and Jacoa started to put in wooden houses. Uh, for the southern location, that was, they told me, a rattan camp back in the 60s. So again, there was something desirable about it as a location. Um, but you didn't get houses there until roughly similar, probably, yeah, 70s or 80s. And the stone houses in both locations did not come in until the 2000s. So it's possible that there was quite a bit of movement until recently. Of course, it's still a pretty big gap between Kirk and my visit, right? 50 years or so. So a lot could have been happening.
Well, one of the interesting things in the Riau Lingga Islands is when nomadic and boat-dwelling orang laut settle on land. So I think sedentarism is a very important aspect of urbanization.
Absolutely. We think so too. Colin, you have your hand up.
It all depends on the time period you're talking about and the frequency of the intermarriages. Because if you're talking about after the 70s, there's a lot of logging going on, and also the second emergency. And two things happened. Many of the workers were orang asli, Jakun, Semelais, and Semakberi to some extent. They were playing all over Pahang and working the logging camps because Felda was opening up the forest, and many of them intermarried, or stayed behind. No? More importantly, during the second emergency, which was from 1970, 69 to what do you call it, 89, many of the special branch orang asli married local orang asli. Most of these were Semai orang asli or Temia orang asli, special branch, officers who stayed in the villages, and they intermarried, so like second wives and so on. No, so these could be factors depending on your time period.
Yeah, those are good points. Yeah, we'll consider that. Okay, great. Well, maybe that's enough for my talk. We don't have too much more time here, maybe another 10 or 15 minutes of discussion. But yeah, so far we've been fielding questions from the speakers. But now we want to open it up to others who have comments or questions, kind of broader issues that have been raised throughout the session. One person sent me an individual message, and I think I'll probably start off by asking this of Colin. It's kind of a broad question, but it's a question about increasing Orang Asli participation in democratic processes and full or partial self-determination for Orang Asli self-governance. And of course, Colin, you've worked a lot in this. Do you want to give us a summary of your thoughts on that or recent developments?
Is it a question somewhere? I didn't see the question.
No, it was a private message to me about a discussion point. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So actually, the activism among the Orang Asli is actually quite high now, very high actually, and it's more how I would say the less school Orang Asli, as in those who are not graduates or whatever. They tend to be Orang Asli in the communities with levels of education which are how we say, rooted down in the culture and in their way of life. See? The graduate Orang Aslis, unfortunately, many of them tend to be kind of lost. If you work with some of them, and sadly, they have lost their identity to some extent. They know they are Orang Asli, but the zeal to fight for their rights or to understand their situation is just not there. But the other Orang Asli, there are many classes, many groups of Orang Asli, but they call the elites among them who just form the party Orang Asli, and then we have the businessmen among them, and so on. No? But I'm talking about the group in the majority, and many of them women now increasingly, who are conscious, aware, and more interested in their rights, and and actually face situations on the ground. The reality now is that Orang Asli are being forced into situations where they have to react, they have to fight back, they have to respond. It's not no longer a case of like who was it, Denton was saying, fleeing rather than fighting, So in terms of like the Oraco case and the what Enggang case in Pahang, the communities are split. Some are against Enggang, for example, even though it's a private company, thinking that it's a government kind of a project. Other Orang Asli who are aware, and these are young women, go all out, and we have situations where a community is split, or communities between one community and another community, they are split. So there is a kind of a evolving kind of a, how we say, really a consciousness happening, you see, which is very good, because we're now having more vocal Orang Asli using their talents, like Shak was saying, whether it's in videos or music or whatever, to highlight these issues. And if you are following TikTok and the social media, you find huge amount of what do you call it, dialogue and conversations and debates and discussions and attacks on the non-Orang Asli and so on going on. So it is something that's moving, actually. We still have a long way to go, but it's moving. The sadness, the sad part of it is that there's no one, how we say, Orang Asli who's a Mandela type, who can unite all the groups, who can be seen as a champion, a real model for them to look up to. We still don't have that yet, unfortunately, male or female.
Right. Thanks. That's a great
Thank you,
answer.
Colin.
Maybe
Yeah.
we can sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just thanking Colin for explaining what I was thinking. So yeah, so far I don't see successes in Orang Asli movement. That's all. Yep.
Well, I think it segues nicely to the stuff that Shaq talked about in his talk about sort of up and coming advocates. Shaq, do you want to add something to this? I think people would love to hear from you about your thoughts.
Yeah,
If you're still there,
I
you know.
think this kind of symposiums, I find it rather quite old-fashioned and conservative in the way the language has been used, and it's kind of dehumanizing, which is my understanding in this conversation is, where I feel like I'm the only one honestly here, I believe. So I believe because the language issue, probably I understand better the language being used by many researchers out there, and then this is like reoccurring kind of problematic view that you can try to address it. Something I found it quite feel like insulting, because I know I'm very very much into in giving a space for indigenous people to explore our ideas and what our inspiration, and the way the language been used in this conversation is kind of it's not really helpful for indigenous community out there, and we need to create more opportunity for Rasley to be upfront and speak about ourselves, rather than asking other researcher. But what do you think this Rasley life like? It's like as if like I mentioned earlier, as if I'm not here, as if I don't understand the question or the whole conversation about Rasley, and this is rather kind of backward the way you're approaching this symposium, and I want you maybe take as a note, and maybe we can bring more indigenous researcher. There's so many indigenous intellectual out there, so you can be in this forum as well in the future. And yes, yes, there's a lot of conversation in social medias about how this kind of forum always bringing so many people from different part of the world, but never have any intention to bring the indigenous people voice in this. It's not just me, but others community from my WhatsApp groups and also Facebook groups. So we talk a lot of things, we talk about politics. We talk about how people are living and how about the politics in the world and the Trump issues and everything. So we do have the ideas. We do have inspiration. We do have a view about that. It's not just we stick in the past like you have in your findings in this research. So I just want to state that we do have a view in this issues. So all right, I think that's it for me.
I'd like to
Okay,
add to
thanks.
what
You go ahead.
Sharp
Sorry.
said. I mean, it's true. Orang Asli have advanced greatly from, let's say, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You cannot say anything that hits them and expect them to just keep quiet. For example, when the Deputy Speaker Ramli himself, an Orang Asli, claimed that he had 90% of the Orang Asli supporting his move to what do you call it, to amend the constitution, because he has to get 80% to get the government to support the move, see. Orang Asli attacked him like hell because he had not gone to Pahang, which had 45% of the Orang Asli population, and yet he was claiming 90% of the Orang Asli were backing him. But in actual fact, no more than 1% of the Orang Asli attended his dialogue sessions. See? So when he made that comment, there was huge, what do you call it, feedback, what call it, not feedback, but, fighting back, from the Orang Asli. The thing is that saddens me, like what I meant just now was that they haven't come to a stage where the Orang Asli haven't come to the stage of thinking what next, no? Let's say, for example, we have a next prime minister that's very pro Orang Asli, and he says and instructs everybody, okay, we will recognize Orang Asli rights to land and everything else, identity and so on. What do you do? How do you go about it? Making sure that Orang Asli ways of organizing your lands, governing your systems, your governance systems and so on are in place. Orang Asli have not thought about it. What do you do after you get your rights? What do you do? How do you put it into practice? You see, that's what we are working on now. You see, to get more Orang Asli to think about what is it that's Orang Asli's systems of governance, systems of knowledge, indigenous systems of management of the environment and so on, no? And how can it be applied now with all kinds of, because once you get land rights, you can be sure the elites will be grabbing all the lands for themselves and getting titles. So the issue now is land titles, individual land titles, or communal titles, and that's the big issue which Orang Asli are debating now. Should I answer the question about Perlitan in the chat?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the question here is whether the wildlife department is intentionally releasing tiger and elephants and wild animals into the Orang Asli areas with a view to getting them to leave the area. I don't know about the second reason, but for sure, I'm quite convinced that there's a rewilding program going on among the wildlife department, and elephants are being relocated, and even tigers are being relocated to forested areas, which unfortunately are where the Orang Asli mostly are living. Because we have written a post on this in our Facebook page, giving you all the evidence and showing you videos which the wildlife department shows elephants and black panthers being released in the wild. And the main proof is this. One, we never had these problems. In certain areas, like in Batao, for example, for 40 years, there were no issues with elephants. And suddenly after COVID, we had elephants coming in and killing 2 persons, destroying the farms and so on. Then we had tigers. To be a wildlife photographer, to get a photo of a tiger in the wild, it may take years. Now, with your handphone, you can go to the roadside and capture all the animals. And these tigers are so used to humans, they don't even go for wild food like goats in the traps, They go for human food, rice and so on. So these are not wild animals, And of course, deforestation is the problem, but certainly there is a rewilding program. You can go to the Perlitan website. Certainly during the COVID time, a lot of people who had animals, couldn't afford to maintain them anymore, especially tigers. I know because my cousin, her husband is a magician, and he had 2 tigers in his house at one time, and it was quite costly. Okay, and when we visited the Orang Asli village in Singarelang on the way to the Karak, the big thick forest there, the elder there told us the zoo released 1.5 tigers there, mother and the baby, you know, because you cannot afford during the COVID time to maintain all this. And it fits well into the Pelitan's rewilding program. So they release animals into areas. Unfortunately, these are areas where Orang Asli reside. It's not, I don't think it's a case of chasing Orang Asli from their homelands, but the case of these are the areas where Orang Asli, where the animals are best suited for. And certainly elephants, we got 30, at one time there were 52 elephants in the Mersing area, rampaging the oil palms there. They're not going to do, they're not going to sit around doing nothing, no? They relocate them to other areas, Belum area, to Temenggong area and so on. So yes, if you ask me, I think these animals are being released into the wild as part of the rewilding program. But no, I don't think it's an intentional means to chase Orang Asli out of the lands. That's
Okay,
it.
thanks for that. I see
Yeah,
Ian,
I
you have
think
your
this
hand
is
up.
another recurring theme where they don't ask any consultation to the community who live there, especially Orang Asli. So prior informed consent should be in the first of any conversations. I just like to address that. I think the solution is a false solution. Surely try to releasing the tiger to the wild without consulting the community who live there. So should start with prior informed consent.
Incidentally, the Wildlife Department has not replied to the question, are you not practicing rewilding? Just say yes or no. You have not replied.
Yeah. Ian, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was gonna. My question is for Chuck, actually. So one of the things that you know, today I think we were the broad topic was about lifestyle change and urbanization and stuff like that. And my talk was certainly guilty of emphasizing potentially negative consequences of lifestyle change and urbanization, if we want to use those terms. But I'm a person who's lived in a big city for a very long time, and I do so for very, personal reasons and stuff like that. And I'm wondering if you could provide some insights into like the draws of, like, say, moving to a city, or potential benefits of lifestyle change, and maybe not just focusing on negative things, but in thinking about like the kind of push and pull mechanisms that go on in people's lives, maybe particularly young Orang Asli people. Like, what do you think are some maybe underappreciated benefits of, like, say, moving to a city, or kind of existing more in like that environment?
Well, it's nothing special really. We are humans, so everybody have their own inspiration and advantages. The decision making that we want to live our life. I think there's nothing unique about it. I think everybody choose whatever that leads to their, future plan for their life, for family, for example, for job. And it's so my intention to move to city is actually because far better for me to have a space for my work, and also I can represent many of a conference and go to many talk as much as I can, so I can represent for the Orang Asli especially. So, but now I'm moving back to the village because there's no connection issues now that I used to face when 10 years back. So now I'm moved back to the village, and I think the reason is because I want to I at least lead some of the projects here in the village. And think since this got some kind every indigenous community do the same thing, and they move to whatever they want to be in, depend if they want to have a wife from different background of people, they will drive to that, or they want to pursue higher education and better job, and they will move toward that. And it's not just like many indigenous people live in the village have stay there because of the tradition, but some of the young generation will actually have their own inspiration, their own dreams and big dreams. I have a big dream. I want to travel around the world, and so this is not me, but many of in this community as well. So yeah, so the question is we need to have this space for indigenous people to speak with a safe environment, safe safe space for us to explore our idea, because this is very important for us for many indigenous mental health as well. You haven't talked about that yet, because all this conversation, all this kind of environment that creating by the pressure to the development, profit making, and then carbon trading, carbon market, global global climate change. So we need to address that as well. So I think there's a lack of a safe space for indigenous people to speak about our minds, our expression. So yep, that's it, I think.
Yeah,
Thanks,
but
Shaq.
we also
Okay.
need to recognize that not all Orang Asli or Orang Asal or indigenous people want to go to the urban centers. This is the problem I have. It's like they come and then they go home, and nothing more is said about it. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a relevant point as well. Building on Shaq's point, there's another question in the chat here, and maybe we can kind of end after a little discussion here about this, about planning and research results, putting it into practice. And this has been kind of a theme today of, okay, we have this research, how is it going to benefit Orang Asli? And it's a very important and good question. We with Orang Asli Health and Lifeways Project think a lot about this. We've been working for several years now to get these clinics up and running, collect information, and we're at a point now where we actually have a lot of information that I think can make a big difference. Um, Maybe I can ask Tom to actually elaborate on some of these themes, since we haven't heard from Tom much, and you've heard a lot from me. Tom, do you want to talk about putting this into practice and practical impacts of our research?
Yeah, I'd be happy to say something. I think this follows up on a lot of the stuff that we've heard earlier today from lots of different people. But one of the goals, sort of as one of the architects of this project from the beginning, is encountering this sort of reluctance on the part of the Malaysian government to recognize some of the problems that exist in different Orang Asli communities around the country. And in particular, when it comes to some of the types of diseases that we are trying to understand. I mean, Ian mentioned osteoarthritis, Marina mentioned cardiometabolic diseases. These are diseases that are generally thought to be less common in these type of rural areas where many Orang Asli live, as acknowledged by many of the people today. But of course, that is a barrier. That belief that these diseases don't exist in these places is a barrier to the government investing resources and providing the kind of outreach and health services, making them available to those communities. So I think one of the main goals of our project is to bring that into focus, and to do so, the way that we know best, which is to provide as much hard evidence of that as we can, but also trying to visit people living in different parts of the country who have very different experiences, very different lifestyles. So not just focusing on the urban or the rural areas, but trying to be able to actually compare and contrast what's going on in those places. And it's been very fruitful to partner, with Dr. Zandis at Hospital Orang Asli Gombak, as well as Malaysian Red Crescent and other groups that are really working on the ground to address these problems. But then the next step, I think, is linking them to some of the ongoing changes that really matter. So, for example, there's been a few references to this today, but a project that we're working on with these health data is actually linking this to deforestation historically that we can derive from satellite imagery, but also that we can derive from people's stories about their lives going back in time, right? So what was the environment like that you were growing up in? And just hearing people's explanations of how their lives have changed so that we can combine these approaches across, again, many of the things we've heard, both in terms of people's own stories about their lives, but also the evidence that we have bearing from, environmental change that we can document from different sources. But I do think, so I don't think it's totally hopeless, but for us, the goal is to use this information ultimately to advocate for long-term change, which is easier said than done, of course. But without that kind of evidence, I think it's been very easy for the government to ignore these problems and to also justify, Colin mentions the amount of money per capita that they're willing to invest in various Orang Asli issues. And, in order for that to increase, I do think there will be some amount of information that researchers can contribute broadly to suggest new areas where those efforts are falling short. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. I am hopeful that we can use some of our health data to do this, but I think also historical data on sedentism, I think data on economy, but also information like Shak mentions about, what people are doing when they move to these different places and engagement with areas like arts and media. These are all areas that could use more investment, but also international recognition of both the problems that exist and the various solutions that people from different angles are bringing to bear. So anyways, that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you, Tom. Any follow-up questions or thoughts on that? Going once, going twice. Okay, well, I'm sure we could all keep talking. I know there's a lot more to say, but like every year with the symposium, we must come to an end. We're about 4 hours now. I have to go. I know some of you do too. I know it's late in Malaysia. So, I think this has been another successful event. We will look to do it again in the future years. We're always open to feedback about how this is done. Every year this has been a little bit different themes, different speakers. We've certainly had indigenous speakers in the past years, so I would invite you to look at my YouTube webpage to see the diversity of speakers that we have had over the past couple years. This is something that we want to adapt and to be flexible to people's needs and desires, and especially with, again, the goal of helping. But I think many of us do share the belief that talking about these kinds of fundamental issues, including basic research, is actually fundamental to understanding how things work. And we need that foundation to make informed change. And that's kind of the foundation of OA Help and also the foundation of this webinar. But that being said, let's try in the future to keep reimagining what this can look like. Certainly open to all kinds of feedback. So thanks again to everybody. Like I said, this will be posted on YouTube. And we have 33 people here right now, but we had up to 50. If you're a starting researcher, I encourage you to reach out to us, reach out to me. We want to connect people and make more links between researchers and activists. I think that's how we're going to get the job done to achieve some of these goals. So yeah, please reach out to us. We want to hear from you. And yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you, everybody, for your participation, and we will see you next year. Thank you to Rodney for organizing.
Bye. Good night.
Take care.
Bye, Kirk.
Bye. We'll be in touch.
Okay. Yeah, see ya.